And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. 4 hours of sports talk, entertainment, excellence begins right now. A new broadcasting week is upon us. And it is ever so wonderful to have all of you here with us on a Monday. Happy Monday, America. It is great to be with you once again after a nice, relaxing, refreshing recovery weekend. We're back in the saddle again, as Steven Tyler once said. I am Rob Brown, right across from me, right over there, as a matter of fact, on the other side of the metaphorical glass this AM, the guy in charge of not just this radio program, but every radio program that you have ever had a nice thing to say about. He is the alpha and the omega of the fan upstate, the sultan of swag, the professor of perfection, the wizard of wave, the content cash cow himself. The great one, Lonzo's here as well. What's up, dog?
I'm depressed because my cart wall doesn't work and I feel naked.
Oh, no.
Yeah, I can't.
He was giving them the business.
Yeah, so it's going to be one-sided today unless engineering can help me out. It's a glorious day for Rob, not so much for me. This should be a week of celebration for me. And instead, I start out unable to use a tool that has become such a wonderful thing on this program. Oh, so you're saying that you may have sabotaged it.
Yes, Lonzo, in all those seconds that I'm in this building when you're not, my objective, my priority was to log into your account, open up your cart wall, change your settings, and then get back without you ever seeing me.
Well, you do know a guy that could do that, and he wouldn't be above doing such thing as a prank. You should know, since you've lost a game many times.
You can't be serious, man. You cannot be serious.
We got a day lined up, ladies and gentlemen, and I did none of that, for the record. I did none of that. I wouldn't dare. I wouldn't have the audacity. There's not a bone in my body that has the spirit to mess around with the alpha and the omega of the fan upstate, because at the end of the day, his spite, his vindictiveness is real. He is not Colonel Grudge for nothing, as Bugs Bunny would say.
You're right. The war would be joined.
Correct. And I've got negative interest. I actually have an interest in not doing that. Okay. I believe the old expression is know your strengths, pick your battles, right? That's not one I have any interest in getting into. There's a lot of things that if I wanted to mess with a great one, I feel like I could get away with, and I could make it fun and loosey-goosey, and it wouldn't get overly messy. But screwing with Lonzo's on-air capabilities is not one of those things. It's not one of those things.
Like how to play the game.
It's not it. Not it. And I promise that I won't go crazy on the sound clip since I'm the only one with them today. I just don't want Lonzo to tell me,
know your role and shut your mouth, you jabroni.
So here we are. Okay. So I'll keep it down on the sound clips before Lonzo says,
I have had enough of you.
And tells me,
Go outside, nerd.
and that's it.
I have no retaliation, so I got nothing.
I got a whole list over here of stuff, and I'm like, all right, what else can I say to work into this segment?
It's a complete crap.
I do have all my clips saved in a file. I could put them all in a session, and it would be a lot more difficult to do, but I am capable of doing it. I'm not going to.
Listen to every damn word I have to say.
The haters. They like to drink their haterade and eat their hater tots.
I will listen to every word you have to say because it's my job. So,
Ladies and gentlemen, let's get to it. So many things to discuss, so little time. That's not true. We got 4 hours. We're not going anywhere until 10 a.m., my dudes and my dudettes. So I hope that you will join us today. Lots of ways to do it. The first is on the renewal by Anderson of the Carolinas fan phone, 844-326-3663, 844-326-3663 is the number. You can text us on the text line at 71307, 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N, FAN, F-A-N, and we will read them on the radio broadcast. You can tweet, X, post me, whichever one you prefer. Very easy to do so. I am at The Rob Brown Show. Creative, original branding, I know, but wonderful branding nonetheless at The Rob Brown Show. You can get it Lonzo at Lonzo Onward and say whatever you want because he can't play sound clips back at you.
I don't know if you're familiar with it. The internet can be a difficult place.
We have got a bunch of basketball to talk about today on the radio broadcast. Joel Embiid has seen his MVP season come to the conclusion. Not the end of the season, just he won't be a back-to-back MVP like he wanted to be. Torn meniscus flap, going to take surgery to get repaired, and he will be missing an extended period of time. That is obviously going to set him well below the required 65 games that must be played in order to be eligible for individual awards, which is too bad because Joel Embiid was on pace to be just the second player in NBA history to average 30, 10, and 5 in a season. 30, 10, and 5. 30, 10, and 5. Those are ridiculous numbers to average. To average. The only guy that's in the ballpark is Nikola Jokic. So we'll talk about that later on in the radio broadcast. We have got to get to a little bit of Super Bowl talk. Obviously, guys, this is it. It is the last week of football season.
Yeah, both teams are like at the venue and all that kind of stuff. Probably should start talking about it.
We probably should. Probably should. San Francisco, Kansas City. Game changer versus game manager. Excellent wide receiver core with a manager quarterback versus average wide receiver core with a game-changing quarterback who is questing to match the GOAT so far, Tom Brady. Yeah, we're going to be talking about that game a lot this week.
I'm talking to America here.
And I'm looking forward to it. So we'll get into that later in the show. College football. You know, this is kind of a weird time for a sports talk radio host because when this season comes to its conclusion on Sunday, we'll have a couple of days of Super Bowl breakdown. We'll have a couple of days of, post-mortem on the season for different teams and divisions and players and conferences. We'll have a lot of talk about the draft, and then we'll get to April, and it'll be draft time. But here is a super-duper fun reality. We are about to hit a crossroads for people in my position. This is not a complaint because I love my position in life. But it is an interesting time for people in my position because you have a decision to make coming up very soon here. How do you approach a sports talk radio show on a local level in a football environment, as this is? How do you approach it when there's not football on? Now, you're going to have some people who are going to lean very, very heavy, into what I call peak off-season radio. You guys have heard me make the jokes before about the fact that you are going to have some people who are going to do entire segments on what color socks the Gamecocks are going to wear next year. Did you guys know that Clemson is actually going one shade oranger on their helmets next year? Like that's peak off-season as far as I'm concerned. And then you got people who go the exact opposite direction, where it's like we're not even going to bring football up at all. There's no football at all. We're not going to talk football. We'll talk about football when fall gets here. It's NBA, it's college hoops, it's baseball, it's NASCAR. And then there's people like me who kind of try to find the groove. I got a lot of basketball, baseball, soccer, football, hockey over here. And then over here, I've got peak off season football. Hey, we got the draft coming up. It's a big deal for every NFL team. We've got National Signing Day is just around the corner. And this one, which takes place, by the way, Zoe, in 2 days.
Which number signing day is this?
This is 2024.
No, is this like the second signing day or the third? Or is this the fifth?
This is National Signing Day. This is the big
one.
one.
Okay. So this is the one supposedly that everyone pays attention to.
This is the one we used to celebrate.
Okay, all right.
This is the one we used to go on remote, and all your hosts would be out at your local bar. This is the one that you all used to go out and it was college football Christmas, right? So we got to talk about that.
With all the hats and all that.
100%.
Oh, okay.
And there's still a lot of guys who do that, but not most of them, a significant number of them are signing during the early signing period now, right? So we got to talk about that and that whole football discussion that centers around it. I think for me, the discussion is always going to be somewhere in the middle. There's going to be a lot of football, but it's going to be football related, right? I had a host I worked for years ago, just to tell you, in my opinion, how good you guys have it around here with the local shows you have right here on the Fan Upstate, the Fans Sports Voice in the Upstate. I worked for a host, Alonzo, that could not wait until 99 days away from college football. Because when he got to the show that was 99 days until college football, the entire 4-hour show was, who's the best number 99 in football history? And then the next day, it would be, who's the best number 98 in football history? And then the next day, it was, who's the best number? You want to take a guess at this one?
97.
Nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. That's why Lonzo's the best in football history. Then 96, then 95. And on weekends were miserable because on Friday, you got who's the best 2 numbers for Friday and Saturday. And the next Monday, it's who's the best 2 numbers for Sunday and Monday. It was miserable. It was awful. You're getting good football talk here, but we also have other stuff to get to. The clash at the Coliseum was this Saturday night. It was supposed to be on Sunday. I'm going to give you biggest winners and losers from that NASCAR race. The biggest loser, because I didn't get to watch it. They moved it to Saturday night. I was at the Swamp Rabbit game Saturday night. So on the DVR, just ran out of time yesterday. Yesterday was date day. So I didn't really sports yesterday.
Wait. You got a date for an entire day?
Whole day date.
That's a little much. I mean,
well, let me tell you what happened. We got up late because it was the only day that both of us had off. We got up late. She had to go order her wedding dress. And then it was like, all right, we've hit a milestone. Let's just take a day off. Let's just not do anything. So we didn't. We went. That's not true. I said we didn't sports. I sat downtown at a watering hole along with the fiance, and we watched the Pro Bowl. And I'm just going to say, if you did not watch the Pro Bowl and have a good time, you just don't like having fun.
Dork.
That's all there is to it.
I didn't like the end results, but
sure,
that's fine.
But the game itself was fun. I mean, to me, it was fun. If you didn't watch
how about that?
Time,
how about that CJ Stroud?
Boy, was cooking in the flag football game. You had Jason Kelsey, master of physics, on the sled. Incredible. Baker Mayfield out there dropping dimes. It was phenomenal. It was just fun. Decker and I had this entire conversation about the Pro Bowl on Bet for the Cycle Saturday because he's like, guys, you don't understand. Here's the reality. The guys playing in the old Pro Bowl, when they were padded up, there were like 7 guys who actually treated it like a football game and a bunch of the rest that were just like playing flag football with pads on. So just go flag football and have a good time. The only guys I feel bad for, great one, are the offensive linemen, but I don't even really feel bad because they became the linchpins for the obstacle courses and the relays and the races. And are you telling me if you watch that That old Aiden Hutchinson wasn't trying to just bleeps out win that thing for his fellas? Are you telling me watching Kelsey work the physics on that sled to get the NFC some points wasn't hysterical? I loved it. It was great. Everything about it was good. If you watched the Pro Bowl and you didn't think that it was fun, you just don't like fun. You're one of those people that is conditioned fun out of your life, and that's okay. Live your life. I'm not here to judge.
This was on me. My bad.
But if you watch that and you didn't have fun, I don't know what to tell you. I don't. It was great. We sat there for 3.5 hours yesterday watching the flag football contest, watching them hand out Puka Nacua his award for most creative catch, watching the obstacle course, listening to the girls behind me over and over and over. This is my favorite part. Y'all, my absolute favorite part. Listening to the table full of girls behind me sit there confounded that Travis Kelce wasn't there. And did at any point Rob Brown turn around in and I mean this so, 8.5-ish minutes that they ripped the NFL. They just don't want him there because if Taylor showed up with him, it would distract because all anybody wants to see is Taylor. The NFL didn't want Travis there because they want him to give these big, dumb boys their football back. They hate us Swifties. And I'm sitting there going, at any point, I could spin around and go, hi, ladies. I don't mean to eavesdrop, interrupt, or impede, but just as an FYI, Travis Kelce plays in the Super Bowl next weekend. And because he's in the Super Bowl teams don't compete in the Pro Bowl because this doesn't matter. And I could have, but I didn't do that. I just let them sit there and cook up this grand conspiracy that the NFL had finally turned its back on Tay-Tay. It was incredible.
Actually, that's a very interesting conversation because that just means it's working. If you believe that the relationship is fake, then the NFL nailed it. If you believe the relationship is real, it's still kind of awesome because there are people you might get one out of that group that actually gets into football and likes football enough to pass it on to the next generation. So I mean, I think it's a good thing.
I know that somewhere there was at least one dude that the lady friend got home and was all up in her feels because the NFL didn't invite Travis to their special game because they were hating on Taylor. They were hating on Tay-Tay. And the boy toy had to be like, honey, you listen, I know you've been a football fan for like 5 weeks now. I know it's your life. You have been a football fan for like the better part of almost 2 months now, but that's not how it works. All right. That's not how it works. And I love that for him. I do. I love that for him. All right. Here's what we're going to talk about. When we come back here in just a minute from right now, we dive headfirst into everything that's going on. But, and this is where I was going a minute ago before I lost my train of thought. Welcome to the Rob Brown Show. I know. There was
what?
I know. Dude. On Friday, there was gigantic news out of college football. Broke right after we went off the air. Well, a little while after we went off the air. I mean this, and some of you are going to laugh at this. I mean it when I say I try to run away from hot takes. I try not to get overly dramatic. That's what most hosts do. They get uber dramatic to spark a reaction. I try my best not to do that. I have a very dramatic take from the land of college football and one that will impact not just me, not just Lonzo, every single one of you that is a college sports fan. And I will tell you what that is when we come back on the Rob Brown Show. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Fan Upstate.
Smith.
Good morning, everybody. I got a quick live read. I'm coming right back. Don't go anywhere. Stay right there. Be right back. right, amigos, we are back. Good morning, everyone in America. Yeah, I mean, I'll be in for the UFL, Joe. I also know that
I won't because of stinking Rock. Screw the UFL.
Oh, we're I don't think he's involved with that anymore. I think once they merged, he was pretty much out.
I thought he was like a chairperson.
I could be wrong. Either way, yeah, we're going to talk wrestling on the show. I can't wait till Thursday. I'm sorry. Is that going to kill you? Do you want me to wait till Thursday?
There'll be other stuff. We have no idea what's going to happen tonight. So
that's true. Although, did you see after the house show last night, Shinsuke attacked Cody, and then WWE was like, due to the attack, Cody Rhodes can't appear on the show Monday. They don't want that whole thing to get booed to the moon. It's incredible.
All the things they've done well, and now a misstep.
They blow it in the fourth quarter. Unbelievable. College football, ladies and gentlemen, is changing. Now, I say that, and I have no question in my brain that the overwhelming majority of you immediately said in your mind, transfer portal and NIL. And that makes sense. Those are both two enormous changes to the sport that have taken place in the last few years. But what happened on Friday, I fully and thoroughly believe, is going to end up being bigger and more important to the history of the game, or maybe I should say the future of the game, than either NIL or transfer portal. As we continue to wade through the chaos that is contemporary collegiate football, we have said for a while, or I have said for a while, that there's a working theory. And that working theory for me is, was, and has been that we are going to end up with two college footballs. Here's what I mean by that. You're going to have, on one hand, the Southeastern Conference in the Big Ten, and then you're going to have the EEC, the Everybody Else Conference. My thought has been the SEC and the Big Ten are likely going to be in competition with each other to continuously try to one-up each other. That's been the game in college football conference expansion for the past couple of years, has it not? Yes, it has. Well, it turns out I might have gotten that one wrong. It turns out the SEC and the Big Ten, they may not actually fight each other for college football supremacy. They may actually join each other for college football supremacy. The SEC and the Big Ten, the two, and it's not particularly close, wealthiest conferences in America,
the evil axis of college football,
basically, have joined to create a joint advisory group of university presidents, chancellors, and athletics directors to address the turmoil enveloping the industry. Who said that? The commissioners of the two leagues, who sat down with reporters from Yahoo Sports and brought this up. Now, they didn't make one great PR move. They're not naming the joint effort, or at least aren't doing so yet, because of exactly what just happened. People like Lonzo and I are going to have wordplay on it and make fun of it and talk about how the tyrants in their iron fist are going to change college football. For the better, for the worse, we don't know. Depends on if you're in the SEC or the Big Ten or outside looking in, I suppose. According to Yahoo Sports, and I will quote from the article written by Ross Dellinger, The Joint Advisory Board is tasked with tackling the most pressing challenges before the industry in what Big Ten and SEC commissioners describe as an urgent mission to find solutions for issues such as ongoing antitrust lawsuits, most notably the multi-billion-dollar House case, disagreements over the NCAA's new governance proposal, Project D1, and the unsettled landscape of athlete transfer movement, tampering charges, name, image, and likeness inducements, end quote. Big Ten Commissioner Tony Petitti calls the move a, quote, meaningful step in an effort to fix things, end quote.
Tony Petitti gonna fix things.
Hey, Tony Petitti. Let me talk to you for just a minute. If I was to come to you, and say I have like a bit of a problem, let's just say there's a little issue. Let's just say there's some people out there that are doing some things that I don't really like. I don't really want them to do those things anymore. Could you, I don't know, fix things? Could you maybe make a call? Maybe I got this guy. His name's Greg. Goes by the last name Sankey. Good guy. Good fella. Good fella. Good fella. Good fella. I like this guy. Tony, I need you to get on the phone with Greg. You guys get together, settle down, have a nice little dinner, talk about it. And I'm not telling you what to do. I'm not telling you how to do it. But maybe fix things. Maybe just fix some things, huh? Incredible that Tony Petitti said the goal when asked, all right, what's the goal? What are we doing here? What's the goal here, Tony Petitti? And his response was, fix things. Amazing. I can't tell you, as a huge fan of every crime syndicate movie and video game that's ever been made, every time there's the big boss at the top who tells the underlings, hey, go fix things. It's incredible. It's spectacular. I love it so much. The commissioners both strongly rebuke any notion that the creation of this advisory board is a move toward a breakaway from the college sports governing body. The Big Ten and SEC remain prominent members of the NCAA, both in governance and national competition, they say. Great job, Ross Dellinger. Can I tell you how much I love that? I love a great writer, man. And I don't know if, I do know Ross is a good writer, but that's a great line. The Big Ten and SEC remain prominent members of the NCAA, both in governance and national competition. The only thing he was missing there, Lonzo, was ... they say. Incredible. According to the commissioners, the joint board does not hold unilateral authority, and they will have, quote, no motivation to simply declare anything. Hey, we're not declaring anything. We're just maybe, I don't know, issuing some suggestions to fix things. I love it. It's incredible. Tony Petitti said, quote, from our perspective, we have a lot that is linked to the NCAA. We want to see a healthy national organization. I think that's very much a need. Here's my thing. Tony, Gregory, let me throw this out there. And I'm going to say this as succinctly and respectfully as possible. I don't believe you. Is there any shadow of doubt there? I don't believe you. Let me tell you why I don't believe you, Tony. Let me tell you why I don't believe you, Greg. I don't believe you when you're putting out this message. Hey, we're just here to protect the NCAA. We're just here to fix things. I don't believe you. And I don't believe you because the SEC and the Big Ten, Gregory and Tony, are not the only members of the NCAA, are they? No, it turns out they're very much not. And, when the press release and your announcement about this joint advisory board came to light, I will notice, and maybe this was just a bit of oversight on your part, we would all understand. But I happened to notice, as I read through your quotes and comments on the creation of this joint advisory board. Unless it just maybe got lost in the mail. I mean, it happens. I'll notice that the commissioner of the ACC didn't happen to get invited to this. Lonzo, correct me if I'm wrong, but the ACC is still very much in the NCAA, is it not?
I've heard tell that it's still there, yes.
Okay, that's what I thought. I will also notice that the commissioner of the Big 12 doesn't seem to be involved in this. Lonzo, again, I hate to ask you so many questions in a single segment, but the Big 12 is still very much in the NCAA, is it not?
According to sources, yes.
According to hashtag sources, yes. And while the Pac-12 is no more as we know it, there's still a lot of schools who are going to be playing under that banner moving forward. Lonzo, third time's a charm. All those other schools in the Pac-12 and hell, in every other conference that we have not mentioned yet, big and small, they all are under the NCAA umbrella still. Am I correct?
We haven't heard anything otherwise.
Okay. I'll take that as a yes. So here we have, in a move that, as I have said, I kind of felt has been inevitable for like a very long time, like a real long time. It's a power move, dudes. It's a power move. Now, are you ready for Rob Brown's hot take of the day? This is it. All right. Here's your hot take of the day. Your hot take goes this way. I want you all to mark down February 2nd of 2024. Because I have a sneaky suspicion that February 2nd of 2024 is going to be the day that someday in the future we're all going to look back on as the day that the NCAA had its foundation kicked out from underneath it by what would eventually become the new landscape of college football. The SEC and the Big Ten. And I don't think I'm going slippery slope here. I don't think that I'm necessarily sounding the alarm too early. It's killing Lonzo. He doesn't have the alarm.
Because you said alarm, and I can't use it. Ugh.
Not that I did it on purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Scratch that. I do know that I am not sounding the alarm. I'm not sounding the alarm on this too early. I'm not. Because I've been telling y'all for like a year and a half, 2 years now, the inevitable conclusion is this. You're going to have the big two. And then if you're lucky, you're going to have everybody else. And maybe the EEC plays under the NCAA banner. But all of the blue chip programs, all of the big dogs are going to be in the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference. And then they are going to be college football over here. And then everybody else is going to be college football over there. That's the inevitable outcome, the inevitable conclusion to all of this. I do not think it is avoidable at this point. I think that ship has sailed. I think it is gone. And this is just step one. Because the Big Ten and the Southeastern Conference are the only entities in the game right now with the power to say, hey, NCAA, this is what you're going to do. And if you don't do that thing, we're going to go do our own thing, and we're going to go do it somewhere else. And while the NCAA may be able to survive by creating an umbrella for everybody who is not in the SEC or the Big Ten, while they may be able to survive, they're going to be a second-rate college football institution. Because the reality is, everybody that registers on a national scale, and I include Clemson in this, in Florida State, in Miami, in North Carolina, and Duke and all the schools inside the ACC that register on a national scale. All of them are going to be invited, whether it's now or in 2036. All of them are going to be invited into the Big Two conferences. They're going to be about 20 to 24 members deep, both of them. And then we can start speculating, although it's a ways down the road, about how we determine our national champion out of those two groups. My suspicion, long term, you'll end up having a Big Ten champ. You'll end up having a Southeastern Conference champion. Those two champions will play each other. That'll be your national champion. We'll find out. It's really interesting, Zoe, if you think about it.
Just like the NFL and the AFL. And
that's exactly where I was going. You look on one side and you've got the AFC, the other side, the NFC. The playoff brackets are exclusive to the conferences. The champion of each conference ends up playing in a game. It's a bowl game, and it's super, as a matter of fact. Guys, I told you years ago, and this is before the portal, this is before NIL. Don't blame this on the transfer portal and NIL. This has zero to do with the transfer portal and the NIL. And it has everything to do with the college football game that you know and love has always been money driven. It has always been money driven. And the inevitable conclusion is that people at the top want as much of it as they can. They want as much of it as they can get. And here we are. This had nothing to do with the players. Nothing to do with their portal movement. Nothing to do with their NIL. And everything to do with the top dogs want top dog payment. And that's it. That's it. For all the people that I have heard say things like, I hope some transfer portal players fail. Or I hope some teams promise more than they can give in NIL payments. And I hope we see the whole thing collapse. My guys, I hope that you bring the exact same energy to the Big Ten and the SEC. Because this is pawn move number one. The chess game hath begun. And unfortunately, one side is stacked right now. This is the begin. Again, I avoid hot takes whenever possible. If you've listened to this show for any length of time, you know that not only do I avoid hot takes, I despise hot takes. I think hot takes is lazy, okay? I think hot takes are lazy. So this is not a hot take. I genuinely, thoroughly believe this in my heart of hearts. This is chess move number one in the beginning of the end of the NCAA. This is, without a doubt, the beginning of the death of the NCAA, because the NCAA does not have the resources, does not have the money that the Big Ten and the SEC have. And oh, by the way, every time that a TV rights deal comes up between those two institutions, they're going to get more money. And the NCAA is going to get less money. That's reality. Does it hurt? I mean, maybe. If you're locked in, if you're one of those folks that loves tradition, if you're one of those folks that's locked into, I don't want things to change, then yeah, this is bad. If you don't particularly care about the background institutions hovering around college football, then you probably don't care about this. Whatever side you land on, recognize this is the first shot in what I've been telling you for 2+ years is the inevitable outcome. This is the SEC and the Big Ten running up the colors. This is the SEC and the Big Ten loading the canyon. The canyon. This is the SEC and the Big Ten loading the cannon. This is a call to arms for the Big Ten and the SEC to put the NCAA on notice that you were either going to kowtow to us and do the things we want done and change the things that we want changed, or we're going to start our own club and you're not invited. Good luck, everybody. Specifically, good luck to everybody who's not in the SEC, in the Big Ten, or one of those crown jewels that's not. Clemson, you're going to be fine. Florida State, you're going to be fine. North Carolina, Miami, you're going to be fine. Duke, probably going to be fine. Boston College, you're screwed. Syracuse, you're screwed. I don't know. BYU, probably screwed down the line, right? If you're not already in the cool kids club, unless you are a hot commodity, and the only reason you're not in that club yet is for legal reasons, on which the clock will eventually run out and that invitation will be there immediately. Unless you're one of them, sucks to be you, dude. By the way, and I'm going to deep dive this later today. You know who I'm really concerned about? All the sports that aren't football. All the sports that aren't football that are regulated by the NCAA. What happens to them? The non-revenue generating sports. We may see a shedding of college sports out of a lot of universities in the very near future. We'll see how it plays out. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. Your thoughts are welcome. 844-326-3663. That is the fan phone. Text me 71307. Start your text with FAN, F-A-N. Am I overreacting? Am I being dramatic? Let me know. It's the Rob Brown Show. It's the Fan Upstate.
By the way, Cody will be there tonight. Going to be a bull rope match between he and Shinsuke. AEW needs you, Cody. You're struggling with some things. You can go back and fix things. I guess just because you have hard times doesn't mean you're going to come out of them. Hard times can last forever.
Yeah, I watched that segment right before I came in here. Cody looked awful. And also, written on his face how ticked off he was, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, Lisa was in the other room. I was like, come in here. We watched it live. I was like, watch, they're going to mess everything up right now.
And they did.
So why is he fighting with Shinsuke if he's going to end up going for Seth's belt? The guy he's already beat 3 times, and they'll make
including
him lose.
Once with a torn freaking pec.
And then he'll lose to him.
Three years you built this up.
Why has Brock Lesnar been erased? What's the deal with that? I don't know.
Because he was involved in the Vince
Was
stuff.
he involved in it? Okay.
There was a story in the 63-page lawsuit that Vince was trying to sign a free agent to a contract, and when that free agent came to a show, he effectively pimped that lady out to this person who behaved very poorly with her. And after they put together a bunch of the 2 + 2 = 4s in the lawsuit, it was deduced that the only person it could have been was Brock Lesnar. Braun took his spot in the world. Braun was supposed to be in the
I knew
World
that.
Cup
I knew
match.
that. But Braun looked good in it.
Yes, he did. right, the Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Rob Brown Show. It is the Fan Upstate. Great to be with you. Texter on the text line 71307. Start your text with Fan FAN. Says, quote, Rob, this whole thing was a huge topic in the mid-2000s. There was talk about a college football that consisted of 4 super conferences. As time went on and the Power 5 has turned into a 2-conference race, this is what we're left with. Personally, I think it sucks as it is watering down the product. Gone will be the little guys winning anything meaningful. Oh, no, it depends on what your perspective is. The little guys can win the EEC National Championship. And just be aware that whoever wins.
Like the NIT?
Basically. That's what it'll be. That is what the public perception of it will be. The public perception of it will be the same as the NIT. The NIT is an impressive tournament. And if you win, you've won an impressive tournament. But the fans will always look at anything that is not the tip top as pointless, as irrelevant, right? So I'm not going to say gone are the days where the little guy can win anything meaningful. I mean, winning something meaningful depends on its meaning to you. That's subjective. But no, you are not going to see any Cincinnati Bearcats get a chance. Nope, you're not. You're not going to see any Boise States v. Oklahomas anymore. Those moments are going to be moments of history. They're going to be moments of a bygone era. You are going to have all the here's what you're going to get. You know what the little dog did it moment's going to be? Missouri, South Carolina, Vanderbilt. If one of those teams ever takes the resources afforded to them by being fortunate enough to be in the SEC as it ramps up, be in the Big Ten as it ramps up, and have the finances, the resources provided to them because of that, if any of them are able to do anything with that and make a surprise run, then that's going to be the new definition of the little guy did it. Yay. But no, you're not getting any Boise State Fiesta Bowl moments, right? You're not getting any Bearcats get invited to the dance moments. You're not getting any of that. It is going to be the big dogs playing the big dogs for national attention. And then it's going to be everybody else playing behind that. It's going to be everybody else. You'll still have stacked college football Saturdays, man. In fact, I would even say I'd be willing to bet, depending on how the scheduling works out in the Big Ten and the SEC, you're still going to get EEC teams that are going to be invited to go play Big Ten and SEC teams. It's always going to be at their house. It's always going to be in the house of the big dog. It's always going to be a paycheck game, an ass whooping for cash, a cash whooping, if you will. Ooh, I like that. A cash whooping. That's what we're going with now. It's always going to be a cash whooping. But at least you'll get some national attention. I don't know, man. I don't know. I read this story. I read through the quotes of Tony Petitti and Greg Sankey. And the only vibe I got out of this was, it's hostile takeover time, baby. We're just going to dress it up like it's not. We're going to dress it. We're just here trying to fix things. We got big concerns about the NCAA. We got big concerns over the direction of college football. We're just here to fix it. And ordinarily, that goes from we're here to talk about it to we're here to fix it. We're here to fix it to we have proposed solutions. We have proposed solutions to we're not satisfied with the efforts of the NCAA to enact our proposed solutions. So what are we going to do? We're going to take over and do it ourselves. And if we can't just outright take over the NCAA, then we'll create our own thing. We'll have our own little party over here, and ain't none of y'all invited.
And Tony Petitti said, I ain't winking, I got a condition.
Hey, I'm not saying what we're going to do. I'm just saying NCAA, it'd be a real shame if something bad was to happen to you. That's it. This was inevitable, right? I'll go back to last spring when Tony Petitti got the job. And Lonzo and I had probably more fun than is proper talking about Tony Petitti. A guy that, by the way, when I jumped on, I actually liked. the first couple of days in his role as Big Ten commish. But within the first 2 weeks of Tony Petitti being on the job, you know what he did? He went down to Birmingham, Alabama. Do you know what's in Birmingham, Alabama? Anybody want to take a guess? Yes, that is correct. It is the Southeastern Conference headquarters. And he spent some time having discussions with Greg Sankey. Now, I glanced over it at the time, dudes. I glanced over it. And what did I say at the time? Why would he not go talk to Greg Sankey? Greg Sankey is arguably the most successful commissioner of any Power 5 conference maybe ever, right? Look at what the SEC has become. Look at the growth of the Southeastern Conference under Greg Sankey. Of course he would go talk to Greg Sankey. If tomorrow I got called up to go to national syndicated radio and I got the opportunity to go talk to Jim Rome or JT the Brick or some sports talk legend, like him or not, I'd 100% take that opportunity. Why? Because those dudes have had incredible success and they probably got some advice that would help me out a little bit. Or the opposite. So it made sense that Tony Petitti would go talk to Greg Sankey in his office. But I just thought it was maybe some advice, maybe some thoughts. Turns out, maybe, no. They were maybe laying the groundwork for what is everything shy of a hostile takeover of the NCAA. But maybe not. Maybe I'm overreacting. Maybe I'm thinking about it too much. I don't know, but I don't think so. I really don't. Let's take a break. That's 1 hour in the books already, just like that. Man, time flies when you're making award-winning radio, doesn't it? When we come back, we got your water cooler cheat sheet, and we got to start talking Super Bowl. That's all coming up in the next hour. But before we get there, ladies and gentlemen, prepare yourselves. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the sultry tones of the great one.
How you doing? The Gamecocks women's basketball team picked up another win this weekend, knocking off Ole Miss 85-56 in front of a sold-out Colonial Life Arena. But now the challenge level goes up. The Gamecocks will be without top scorer and rebounder Camila Cardoso for the next 2 games. Cardoso is joining the Brazilian national team for Olympic qualifying as the Gamecocks host Missouri Thursday and number 11 UConn on February 11th. Will a revenge win be enough to rank the Gamecocks men's team after falling to Georgia earlier this year? One of just 3 losses. The Gamecocks got the W back Saturday, knocking off the Dogs 72-62. We are your exclusive home for the Super Bowl in the Upstate. Coverage starts at 2 p.m. Sunday as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the San Francisco 49ers. The Super Bowl plays here on the Fan Upstate. In case you were wondering, yes, I am still sick, but I did go to the doctor. The one match I didn't watch last night just got spoiled for me, but I expected it.
Which
was
one?
What happened? Not Carmella, but Trick versus the Dragon. Went to bed at 10. So
Good call for you. I didn't. I
yeah,
should have.
I'll watch the entire match when I go home. Did you watch any of it?
Nope.
Okay, so you don't know results, so I'll be quiet.
Americaneagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by Americaneagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at repairclinic.com.
You're probably not wrong about that, Jesse. It is going to make it much more difficult for everybody to win natties. Natties are about to become a lot more emotionally valuable to fans.
QC in the first break.
I did not watch the Grammys last night because I don't watch the Grammys. But apparently Tracy Chapman performed Fast Car with Luke Combs, and I'm very upset I missed that. I guess not looking at Twitter during the show, apparently.
It's a good performance, by the way.
I've heard it's great. I
Yeah.
just saw it.
Yeah, well,
Everybody's like, it was amazing.
yeah, it was.
So have those glasses I wear, have they become like like part of the brand? I just got told that I went no hat, no glasses today. I went contacts and no hat today, and somebody just told me that I'm threatening the brand. I'm threatening the brand.
Let's see. You've incorporated those into every video and
made.
everything that you. So yeah, I would say it is a part of your brand for sure.
Threatening the brand. No hat, no glasses. All right. Man, I guess I just got to stop with the contacts, man. I also realized at 6 a.m, when I'm still getting used to being awake, I looked a little impacted in the first hour of the show. Impaired. I was not. So we're clear.
Impacted and impaired, two totally different things.
Dude. Welcome to the Rob Brown Show. Like, it's a vibe, dude. The second hour of the Rob Brown Show starts now. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is, as always, absolutely spectacular to have you here on the radio show today. I hope that you were just having a fantastic start to your Monday morning as we get back to the grind. I am Rob Brown, the great Lonzo on the other side of the metaphorical glass, rocking the ones and twos this AM. Ladies and gentlemen, you have less than an hour before you have to clock into work if you got one of them 8 to 5ers. And then, if you're anything like me, you've probably got just a few more minutes longer than that before you're going to take that first break, before you're going to walk down that long hallway, post up next to the water cooler, tell your coworkers, hey, 5 minutes, and start talking sports. And if you're going to do that, you're going to need this.
Are you ready for the playbook of the peculiar, the almanac of the absurd, and the encyclopedia of the extraordinary? Well, you better be, because we're diving headfirst into the 3 top stories that will have your coworker saying,
You hear
"It's a
that?
trap!" Even before they take their first bathroom break.
No.
Here we go. Welcome to the water cooler cheat sheet on the Fan Upstate.
It's a trap. Joey texted the show, said, Rob, I met you 2 weeks after you started and have always thought you look like an alien without the accessories. LOL. An alien, Joey? An alien. An extraterrestrial.
I was going to say, do you mean someone who crossed the border illegally or someone who came in on a mothership?
An alien. I look like an alien without glasses on. Welp.
Alien
I got
in disguise.
nothing, Joey. An alien? It's your water cooler cheat sheet. The top 3 sports stories you need to know before you get to the office and before you start talking sports with your coworkers this AM. Let's get right to it, ladies and gentlemen, with item number 1.
Bubble, 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 bubble.
Oh, that's right. No bubble, 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 bubble. I went with glug, 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 glug last week when you were out, or 2 weeks ago when you were out, and I didn't have it.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right.
Yeah.
I apologize. It just doesn't work. So it's not the same thing. Not the same thing.
Item number 1, the South Carolina women's basketball team remains number 1 in the country after they knocked off Ole Miss yesterday in front of a sold-out Columbia Life Arena. It was very good for Don's girls. And they had to play the majority of the first quarter without Camila Cardoso. Why? She snagged her second personal foul within the first 60 seconds of the game. But there may have been an ulterior motive for sitting her maybe a little bit longer than you would have anticipated. That is because over the next 2 games, 7 p.m. on Thursday and 2 p.m. on February 11th, when nationally ranked and current number 11 UConn comes a call in a battle, a clash of the Titans. South Carolina will be without their top scorer / rebounder, Camila Cardoso. Why? Because Cardoso has been called to Brasilia. She will be joining the Brazilian national team for an Olympic qualifying tournament. Dawn Staley said, quote, "We want the best players on our team. Sometimes the best players are the best players who represent their country. When we recruited her, we told her that if there's an opportunity to go with your national team, go with your national team." In the 85-56 victory, Cardoso scored 17 points, also had 10 straight to give South Carolina a push to their biggest lead of the day. The Gamecocks now 21-0, 9-0 in conference. Cardoso averaging 13.7 points with 10.1 rebounds and scored in double figures for the 6th straight game. When Cardoso went out after her second foul and sat out the rest of the first quarter, South Carolina grew their lead to a whopping 1 point without her. It wasn't until she came back in and got into the flow that South Carolina was able to break it open. Second quarter, Cardoso was Carsoso. See, that was good.
No, I was well done.
Yeah.
It was.
Yeah, that deserved better from all of you. Okay. Little trouble getting back into the flow in the second quarter. In the third, though, she got 4 out of the halftime break. The Gamecocks scored the last 8 points before the third quarter break to take a 40-31 lead. She's very, very good and has been getting better game by game. Now the Gamecocks have a pair, including UConn coming to the house, that they have got to play. My question, you're good with that, right? You're good with that? That she's leaving the team to go play for Brazil's national team? We're good with that.
How could you not be, especially if they knew ahead of time that was a possibility?
Yeah. I saw some social media kickback from people that were like, "You're on scholarship with us. You should." Dude, if she was doing this for Team USA, ain't a damn one of y'all would have a problem with it. Not one of you. Not one. If your superstar said, "I'm taking a 2-game sit to go make sure that America is in the Olympics," you'd all be like, "Yeah, USA." She's going to do it for Brazil. I respect that. Item number 2. Hey, it's back. How'd you get it figured out? Or you went and pulled the file?
I went and pulled the file.
Attaboy.
Yeah.
Attaboy. That's the type of impact we're looking for, man. It really is. Boxing story.
Thank you for pointing out that I did my job. I appreciate it.
I like it. I like it. Boxing story making it into the top 3. Why? Y'all, as a boxing enthusiast, I was actually pretty excited about Tyson Fury v. Alexander Usyk. That was supposed to be a fight happening less than 2 weeks from today. It was supposed to be February 17th that arguably the best 2 heavyweights in the world were going to get together and run it back. And to be honest with you, I think Alexander Usyk might be one of only 2 people on planet Earth capable of putting him down. Actually, I'll say 3. We did have another one added to the mix not too long ago.
Francis Ngannou.
Francis, you beast mode, you. Well, that fight has now been moved back. It will now take place in May because during a sparring match, Tyson Fury got popped in the eyebrow and sustained a cut. That's not good enough to describe it. He suffered a small chasm, perhaps a canyon of flesh and blood above his right eye. It's a gash, dude.
By the way, I've had that happen to me before in wrestling. And they had to call my mom to come and get me. Took an elbow up there.
He was in his teenage years. Y'all stop making jokes.
Yeah, well, still, I mean, if my mom needed to come and get me now, it's rough because it's a long drive. But that takes a long time to heal too, because it's real. That area right up there is a lot more sensitive than you think. And you take
for sure.
And it looked brutal when I saw it. It's like, yeah, I recognize that.
It's a gash, bro. It's an absolute gash for sure. When I read it and I saw that it was getting changed up, the article said sustained a cut above his right eye. I was like, a cut? Really, dude? Like, all right, in boxing.
All right, I had the same thought. It's like, oh, come on, you're calling it off for that. Then I saw it. It's
now
like,
I'll say this. One of the worst injuries that you can sustain in a boxing match is a cut above your eye. Cut above your eye starts bleeding. That blood gets down into your eye. You are in a world of trouble because if you've got somebody standing across from you, like, I don't know, Alexander Usyk, and he's trying to punch you in the face and you can't see his punches, you're going to get punched in the face. And if a guy like Alexander Usyk punches you in the face, you got big problems. My issue was we're moving it from February 17th to May. That is a big discrepancy in camp prep, right? If you go from February 16th to 17th to say March 5th,
yeah,
like, all right, I can deal with that.
It's not going to heal up the way it needs to. You saw the thing.
It's a gash. If it was just a cut, and the concern was if I got a little cut, it has not 100% healed, and Usyk puts a glove on that, splits it back open, it starts bleeding, Tyson Fury's in a world of hurt. So my thought was, all right, move it back 3 weeks. It's a cut. And then I saw it. No. That's stitches and a couple of months to get healed back up so that Usyk can't target it, bust it back open, get Fury bleeding into his eyes, not be able to see, and bango, it's over.
He's still going to aim for it.
Oh, for sure.
I mean, because it's going to leave a scar that says, hit me here.
Yeah, 100%. It's going to be a target for Alexander Usyk. But you got 2 options. You can deal with that, put on the fight in a reasonable amount of time, or you can hand over the belts and get out of the way. And I respect Tyson Fury for at least going, all right, give me till mid-May. Give me an extra, what is that, 2 months? 3 to get this gash fixed up because it's a gash, dude. It really is. Item number 3. The United States of America is one of 3 hosts for the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We will be hosting it alongside America's Hat, Canada, and Mexico. We now know the schedule. We know or at least the loose schedule, as FIFA put out the details, locations, and dates of the overwhelming majority of the games yesterday. There are 16 North American cities and stadiums selected to host the tournament. Now we know the dates, the when, where, and what of the rundown. We will see the World Cup open with its very first game featuring Mexico on the 9th. Then we will have, these are June dates, by the way. We do know that Mexico will be hosting. We know the dates the Americans will play in their group stage. That will be June 12th at SoFi Stadium in Inglewood, California, June 19th at Lumen Field in Seattle, and June 25th back in LA or Inglewood, California, should you prefer. The Americans, June 12th, 19th, and 25th. Canada will play in Toronto once, then twice in Vancouver. Mexico plays in Mexico City, Guadalajara, and then back in Mexico City. Now, I've already got people who have asked, Roberto, why is the United States playing solely on the West Coast? And the answer is travel, 100%. Teams in pools are organized by region to cut down on travel. The last thing you want is a men's team playing a game, having to fly across the country. As much as I really had hoped the Americans would play a group stage play in either Atlanta or Charlotte or somewhere close, when it was announced as Inglewood, I knew they're playing all three out there. Now, that's the bad news for us. The good news for us is that the semifinals will be played relatively locally. At least one half of them will. One of the semifinals will be played in Atlanta, Georgia. Should the Americans have an absolute run at it and make it to the semis, there's a good chance they'll place us in Atlanta because we played the games out west. They'll move us to the east side to kind of vary it. That's my working theory. I do not know that to be a fact as of yet. The FIFA World Cup Championship game will take place, as all great things do, Lonzo, in New Jersey, in the Meadowlands. Giant Stadium. Of course, the home of arguably the most famous soccer team in American history, the Cosmos, will also host the 2026 FIFA World Cup Championship game. That is a 39-day window in which 106 meaningful soccer games will take place spread out across America. We do know, of course, as I mentioned just a minute ago, the host cities that are involved. Aside from Mexico, we also know Atlanta is going to be getting some sides. Vancouver, Seattle, San Francisco, and LA are considered the Western region. The Central region will have Guadalajara, Mexico City, Monterrey, Houston, Dallas, and Kansas City. And the Eastern region will get Atlanta, Miami, Toronto, Boston, Philly, and New York. Let's be real, New Jersey. Arlington will make its way into the fray for the semifinal because Jerry Jones gets what Jerry Jones wants. But there's your dates, there's your times, there's your locales, your venues for the 2026 World Cup announced yesterday. And that, friends, that is your water cooler cheat sheet. Top 3 stories you need to know. Luke came in here into the stream chat. Good morning, Luke. Says matches, LOL, soccer matches, not games. Luke, real quick, 10-second aside here. Just a sidebar, I believe is what they're called. Let me fill you in on something. This is a belief I have. All right, respectfully. You know what the most damage you can do as an American is when you're trying to get people into something? You know what the most damaging thing you can do when you are trying to get people to come into soccer or rugby or any other sport? I'm using rugby because you've got the Greenville Gatos rugby badge as your Avi, and I appreciate that. Let me tell you what the number one biggest mistake that you can make is, and I know this because I've done it with NASCAR, I've done it with soccer, I've done it with every sport that I love that is not mainstream. Hockey. One of the worst mistakes that you can make as a fan is by getting all up in your feels when somebody who is not a fan or is trying to promote the game doesn't use your language for it, right? I'll use, since we're talking World Cup, soccer is my example. You want to know the fastest way to turn off a soccer fan to the possibility of becoming a fan? Call the cleats boots. Call the uniform kit. Call the field pitch. I'll do that with my soccer buddies. If I'm talking soccer with the boys, sure, I'll talk about Chelsea had a horrendous showing on the pitch this weekend, no problem. But if I'm trying to
Pitch
win
thing is
people,
annoying. That's the most annoying thing. It just every time you say the pitch, I'm like, yeah, whatever, dude. What are you even talking about?
bingo.
This is, by the way, this is not for show thing. This literally bothers me.
The number one thing.
Although I'm not sure what the meaning of literally is, but anyway.
Damn you, Merriam-Webster. The number one thing that you can do to ruin your chances of getting somebody to try. The World Cup in 2026 is here. It's right here. It's in our backyard. You don't have to worry about time zones. You can get people to go to matches. This is big. This is a huge opportunity for American soccer. This is why I'm so furious Greg Berhalter is still the coach. We let the guy's contract expire. We hire a searching firm, and we decide, nah, he's still the guy. If you get somebody who's intrigued, I'm open to the possibility of becoming a fan. And then you start getting ticked off when they say field, game, cleats, uniform, jersey, Americanized sports words. You're going to turn them off. You're going to sound like an elitist jackass if you do that, right? That's what you're going to end up sounding like.
I think you need to point out that you're not directing this at Luke. Again,
no, not
this
at
is,
Luke directly, but I will say, and I'm guilty of it, so that we're clear. I'm absolutely guilty of it. I learned this lesson from a person who told me one time, Rob, you kind of sound like a bit of a jerk, right? It's not a field, it's a pitch. No, it's a field. We all played on soccer and football fields. They're fields. Don't hit. I really got really proud of him. He went out there and laced up the boots. They're not boots. You know what boots are? That's a boot. That's a boot. It's got laces, and you put it on to go hiking. That's a boot. Diesel's going to be furious if he's watching.
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. He'll be over there
furious.
with like 5 wipes and.
This is a boot. I'm wearing a boot right now. If I'm going to go play soccer, I put on cleats. If you want to kind of like use the colloquial lingo, you can say spikes. We all know what you mean, right? So if somebody says World Cup matches, wonderful. They're a soccer fan. If somebody says World Cup games, just let them be, because they're obviously talking about it. It's one of my biggest sticking points in this game. I tell my friends all the time, stop being an elitist jerk if you want people to come over to your side. If you want people to come enjoy what you do, stop being an elitist jerk. It's the only way that you're going to win those people over.
You sick freak!
All right, we got to take a break. I got to tell you, we're going to talk wrestling later. I'm very close, Lonzo, to hit and delete on all my Rock sound bites. I really am. I'm really, really not happy with Dwayne. Somewhere right now, CM Punk's giggling in the background. When we come back here in just a minute, ladies and gentlemen, it's time to talk Super Bowl. Give you some of the biggest betting trends, some of the bigger storylines people are jumping in with right now. And we'll get your thoughts as we are now 6 days away from the last large consequence of football game of the year. Rob and Lonzo, and you on the Rob Brown Show on the Fan Upstate.
QC.
All right, guys, quick live read, and I'm coming right back. Y'all stay right there. right, guys. I'm back. Love you too, Luke, you legend. Love all you guys. Heart hand emoji. The Rob Brown Show carries on. It is the Fan Upstate. It is Super Bowl week. Ladies and gentlemen, time to shine for Kansas City. Time to shine for San Francisco. Be sure to wear flowers. Okay. We have got a bunch of stuff to talk about. Obviously, as we head towards the NFL's allegedly world championship. We're the only ones that play it. That's not true for much longer. At some point in the future, it will be a world championship. You know, one of my favorite things to look at, ladies and gentlemen, are the betting trends. I love looking at betting trends. And I feel like, based on the lines that are set and how the public responds to them, you can learn some stuff about the game. Like, for instance, Lonzo, America loves the Kansas City Chiefs this weekend. No disrespect to the Chiefs. As far as Vegas is concerned, they are plus 110 on the outright upset money line. Plus 110 to win the game. And America is landing on them. The early line, the initial line that came out last Sunday was 84% of the initial bets on Kansas City. Now, when that line dropped, that line was sitting at Kansas City plus 2.5. So many people hammered that line that number moved all the way to as low as plus 1.5, a full point within 24 hours of it dropping. When it got to 1.5 points, America flipped over, started going back to San Francisco. That line has since settled at 49ers minus 2. Now, you can't read super into that line, and here's the reason why. There are two groups of bettors when it comes to this. And for those of you who are going, Robin, I don't want another gambling segment. Stick with me for just a second. I'll walk you through it, then we'll get to the game. There are two groups of bettors on any given game. There are people who jump the initial line, and then people wait to the very last minute. People who jump the initial line have a strong feeling that that line is going to be off. That line is going to move. That was me. When I saw Kansas City plus 2.5, I like that line a lot. Basically, if Kansas City loses but does it by less than a field goal, my bet wins. I like that line. And I assumed, and correctly so, that a lot of people were going to be pushing Kansas City. And that's what happened. The line dropped down to 1.5. Like I said, has moved back to 2. So it gets back to 2. And now we wait for the second group of bettors. Very few people are going to be playing a midweek bet, right? A midway bet. Most people are going to be waiting. It is expected that somewhere in the neighborhood of 80% of total bets made on the Super Bowl will be made either this Saturday or Sunday leading up to the game. And the question mark is, will the percentage of bets going towards Kansas City be the same? So far, in total, this is all of the early line bets and the scattering of midweek bets. 71, depending on what book you're looking at, anywhere between 71 to 76% of the spread bets are coming in on Kansas City. Lonzo on the money line, that's just picking the winner outright. 85% of money line bets are on Kansas City. 85%. Let me tell you what scares me. I made a lot of money this year in the NFL by betting against the public. That is to say, I picked the number 75%. If there was a line that came out that 75% or more of the public went in on, I hammered it the other way. I bet in the minority. And I won about 8 out of 10 bets, about 4 out of every 5 of my the public bets, I won. When the public comes in that heavy, it's wrong more than it's right. But, and maybe I'm breaking my own rule here. I kind of feel like the public's got this one right, at least on the spread, right? At least on the spread. Outright money line winner, question mark. A 24-23, 21-20, 28-27 San Francisco win. That could be right. Still a Chiefs win. There was an initial move towards the Chiefs. The spread has been ticking back towards the 49ers, but those are the midweek bets. Those are the people, like I said, it's a small number on them. The majority of people who like Kansas City grabbed them early when that line was at its highest, 2.5. A lot of people midweek that are going to bet, and again, not a ton, but a lot of the people that are going to bet midweek are going to bet 49ers. Why are they going to bet 49ers? Because the thought is you're going to see a lot of last-minute bettors that come in betting Kansas City late, and that number's going to go down. Or excuse me, betting San Francisco, and that number's going to go down. You can get San Francisco minus 2.5. There is the chance that if there's a bunch of last-minute San Francisco bettors, it can move in a different direction. The other thing that you have here is people who want to wait until game day because you never know, right? What happens if Patrick Mahomes rolls his ankle in practice on Saturday and he's not 100%? What happens if Travis Kelce decides to elope with Taylor Swift and they run away to Las Vegas to get married and he decides that marital bliss is better than the game?
Wait, they are in Vegas, so they wouldn't have to.
Yeah, no, it was a joke.
Okay.
It was a good one, too.
Oh, okay. All right, because they have the drive-through Elvis thing, so they wouldn't have to be gone that gone.
Man and wife, you may kiss a bride. Thank you very much.
Because if they would definitely go to an Elvis guy to arrest them.
Taylor made her new album release announcement last night, and it's called like the Broken Hearted Poets Department. A chick like Taylor Swift, who writes not songs, Lonjo, she writes poetry with guitars, is not getting married by an Elvis impersonator. If Travis and Jason think that they're going to talk Tay-Tay into an Elvis impersonator wedding, they're going to be sorely disappointed. Now, I suspect Travis and Jason Kelce may throw the greatest bachelor party in the history of bachelor parties. But no, Taylor is not getting married with an Elvis impersonator. All right. But if she does say, Travis, why don't you come to Japan for my tour instead of playing that pesky old Super Bowl? And Travis decides that love comes before football. And who could blame him, really? And he decides not to play in that game. Well, now all of a sudden, Chiefs plus 2.5 don't look so great, right? So, a lot of people coming in with the late bets. But I find it very interesting that you are talking 85% of the money line bets coming in on Kansas City out of the gate. 85% of American things. Dude, talk about building something special, right? 85% of the country thinks you're going to win this game. And by the way, 85% in the country at a point where I bet about 85% of the country does not want to see you win another ring. You're a dynasty. You're the evil empire. Look at me. I'm the Tom Brady now, said Patrick Mahomes, allegedly. 85%. That's bananas. So, what can we take away from that? Well, what we can take away from that is that there's absolutely a belief that Patrick Mahomes is just going to be Patrick Mahomes. That Travis Kelce's just going to be Travis Kelce. And that, more importantly, they found something. Because I'll tell you, one of the things that I have been that I've noticed, I won't say impressed or depressed by, but I have noticed. One of the things that I've noticed is that Vegas still does not give a lot of love to Rashee Rice, who, by the way, has become Patrick's favorite target that's not wearing number 87. Rashee Rice on his prop bets has been sitting in the 45 to 55 yards per game number. Now, if you're San Francisco, the problem is for all the discussion about the incredible skill talent possessed by the San Francisco 49ers, which, by the way, is the best in the NFL. Not a question. That's a statement. Rashee Rice breaking out has kind of been a big deal for Kansas City. Because without Rashee Rice, or before Rashee Rice kind of turned this corner into the last 4 weeks of the season, when they were really trying to get MVS to be MVP, the offense was kind of closed off for Kansas City. You could kind of key in on Pacheco. Travis really wasn't that guy. You could bracket him off the ball, and he was having trouble creating separation. And now all of a sudden, Patrick Mahomes is having to be real special just to get real average results. When Rashee Rice came on, now you can't do that anymore. Now you got to play a legitimate defense. Now you got to play a foundation defense, a base defense that accounts for everybody. And would you look at that? Travis Kelce is, as Rob Brown said that he would, leading all receivers of any position in the AFC Championship game. Now, would you look at that when Rashee Rice is that guy, Isaiah Pacheco, that little pit bull terrier running back that he is, running like he hates everybody up in the stadium. Now, all of a sudden, that cat's a 100-yard back and a 2-touchdown back. Now, all of a sudden, Lonzo, Kansas City, as they did on the opening drive against Baltimore, is sustaining drives. They're going on 5, 6, 7-minute drives that are chewing up 75, 80 yards at a time. And all of a sudden, Lamar Jackson can't get on the football field. Whether he's a game changer or a game manager, and by the way, Joe Montana has a take on that. Joe Montana was a quarterback, you idiot. Joe Montana's got a take on the Brock Purdy game changer v. game manager discussion, and I'm going to give that to you in the next hour because I found it very interesting, mainly because he said I'm right. I mean, not me personally, but my take. You get it. Now that Rashee Rice has opened up the field, Kansas City can go on sustained drives. What is the best way, game changer or game manager, to keep a quarterback, specifically one that is surrounded by elite skill position talent? What's the best way to keep that offense out of the end zone, Lonzo? Take a stab at it.
To stay on the field for a very long time so they can't be out there. But there's also play good defense.
Lonzo knows ball. You don't want Christian McCaffrey to score twice? Keep him on the sideline. You don't want Debo to slice and dice you as the most versatile player in the NFL, keep him on the sideline. You don't want George Kittle trying to outdo Travis Kelce, keep him on the sideline. You don't want Brandon Ayuk is on fire to burn you, keep him on the sideline. You don't want check to go out there and put his feet at the first down marker and be wide open on first down catches. Detroit, keep him on the sideline. You don't want Brock Purdy to go out there and change the narrative that he's a game manager into a game changer. Keep him on the sideline. How do you keep him on the sideline? Sustain drives. Here's the thing about Kansas City. And I think that if you're playing Kansas City for the win, I think you're also playing the under on the bet line. Under sitting at, let me look it up. Last I looked, it was sitting in the neighborhood of like 57. If you are playing a Kansas City dub in the under, which I am, then I think you are basically banking, Zoe. Kansas City's not playing long ball football this weekend, are they? Kansas City's not trying to get up over the top. Kansas City's not trying to gut you. Over under, by the way, is dropped now to 47.5. Dropped about 5 points. I still like the under in that. But Kansas City's not trying to play deep ball. I'm not trying to Tyreek you. I ain't got a Tyreek to Tyreek you with, right? I'm going Rashee Rice, dink and duck on the outside, Travis Kelce, dink and duck up the middle, and I'm expecting Isaiah Pacheco to have 22, 23 totes in this game when it's all said and done. That's the play out to me. That's the way this thing works. So let's see. What's Isaiah Pacheco's carry number? Plus 450 to score 2 touchdowns. Minus 105 to record 17-plus rushing attempts. I'm probably going to tease that up to like 19. Get it to around plus 120. Because I think, and Lonzo, you're the Chiefs expert here. You tell me. Isaiah Pacheco's getting 20 carries. You're not throwing. Patrick Mahomes' longest reception over under 34 yards. I'll take the under because I don't think you're playing deep football. I think Kansas City is playing to keep the ball out of the hands of Brock Purdy as long as possible.
Yeah, the only way they're probably playing deep football is if they're coming from behind.
Mm-hmm.
And there's little time left. That would probably be the only way.
Yeah, which is a possibility. Don't get me wrong. San Francisco gets the ball first. They come out firing. Kansas City's down in the hole before they even get started.
But
changes the game.
Kansas City's strength right now is their defense, which is still so weird. So you got to count on the defense to I mean, this will be their hardest game this year, going up against all that talent for San Francisco. You got to count on the defense to play as good as they've been playing, and then just get out there and just dink and dunk and take 10 minutes off the clock each time you're on the field.
That's it. That is absolutely
because you can count on Patrick Mahomes and Kelce and the boys scoring in 12 seconds if they have to. I don't think you can do that for San Francisco.
Oh, I disagree. San Francisco is playing deep ball football if they can. They absolutely are. I'm throwing Debo on one side, Ayuk on the other, McCaffrey up the middle, Kittle up the middle.
I'm saying I think the moment will be too big for Purdy if he has to do that.
Yeah, but again, like, can it be at this point for Brock Purdy? Has he not over and over
still hasn't been in the Super Bowl yet?
No, it's not wrong. It's certainly not wrong. I'm just I'm not going to be the one that comes into this saying the moment's too big for Brock Purdy. I'm not there yet.
I like Purdy. I do. And I think he's a great story. But I do think we've seen in Super Bowls past the moment, especially in that first quarter, that moment is so big and the breaks are longer. Halftime is longer. There are just a lot of things that are different than the normal routine. And one thing about Kansas City is they've been there a bunch lately. So it's not going to be too big for them. There's a chance it could be too big for some guys on San Francisco. And if anybody, it would be him.
Probably fair. All right, we're going to talk more about it. Texter says, that's how Kansas City wins. How does San Francisco win? I'm so glad you asked, Texter. And I'll answer for you when we come back. Rob Alonzo and you, the Rob Brown Show, rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. Down, 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 down. Down, 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 down. All right, guys, give me 25 seconds. Give me like 43 seconds. Seconds, actually.
I was watching.
80 seconds. Sorry, everybody.
I mean, you know, just want you to be accurate. I think you should just say, yo, I'll be back when I'm back. Yeah.
Deal with it.
Don't go anywhere, but because I will be back, but just, you know, when I get there.
The Rob Brown Show continues. It is the Fan Upstate. We talked a little Kansas City Chiefs in the last segment. Let's talk now, as a texter asked us to. And we are, of course, the People's Show. Let's talk a little San Francisco 49er football on the other side. How does San Francisco continue the improbable? It's not improbable one. They got so much damn talent over there. And the answer is lean on the talent. I know. Let's start with this. Let's start with the offensive line. The offensive line has to be great, okay? As Lonzo pointed out a minute ago, it is a little bit odd. It's a little bit odd that the Kansas City Chiefs right now are a defensive team, dudes. They are a very good defense right now. And they will have to lean on that. They will have to lean on Chris Jones. Chris Jones has to be excellent. So the flip side of that 100% has to be the offensive line for San Francisco, which is very funny to me. It's funny to me because what do we talk about when we talk about San Francisco? Skill positions. Brandon Ayuk, Christian McCaffrey, Justin Juszczyk, Deebo Samuel, Brock Purdy, George Kittle. We're talking skill. And the skill positions are what have carried San Francisco to the Super Bowl. Last week down against Detroit, it was not the defense that carried San Francisco. It was the skill position talent. It was McCaffrey finding his groove. It's been George Kittle stepping up to catch the ball when nobody else has. It has been the skill position talent. I don't think they can lean on that. They have to get better offensive line play. Here's the thing about the defensive side of the football for Kansas City. Uber aggressive up front. They didn't do anything special to stop Lamar Jackson. They just gotta, G-A-T-A, get after that ass. That's it. That's what they did. That's what they got to do to Brock Purdy. And as I pointed out, if Lamar Jackson wasn't Lamar Jackson, as much as everybody wanted to put that L on Lamar's neck, if Lamar Jackson wasn't Lamar Jackson, Lonzo, that AFC Championship game would have been over about a quarter and a half before it was.
You're probably right. You're probably right.
Oh, I know I'm right. That's what I do.
I'm going to go with probably.
If Lamar wasn't Lamar, if Lamar wasn't a dude that could have two dudes hanging off of him in a scrum and then just pop out the other side like war done, that game would have been over a quarter and a half before it was. It would not have come down to can Lamar cook something up in the pressure cooker, right? That game would have been over in the early third quarter. But Lamar's Lamar. Brock Purdy can run the football. I'm not arguing. We saw him do it against Detroit. In fact, if Brock Purdy didn't run the football, that game would have been over before it was. And Detroit would have been the team trying to take down the evil empire. Brock Purdy can run the ball, but there is a difference between the ability to run the ball and the ability to escape. Brock Purdy can run the ball. If he gets outside of the pocket and a hole opens up and he can part the Red Sea and force his way through it and get into open field, Brock Purdy's a dangerous runner. We saw that. But there's a difference between being able to find a gap in the O-line and getting to the open field versus what Lamar Jackson does. Lamar Jackson is a dude that doesn't need open field. He just goes. He did it against Kansas City. I don't think Brock's got the same thing. So if you are San Francisco, what you've got to do is make sure that you are keeping Brock Purdy clean. That's it. Brock Purdy's jersey needs to end the game the same color as it started it and not have any green added to it. You've got to give Brock Purdy time to here's the thing, with as much skill position talent as San Francisco has, they need 3 seconds. They need 2.5 to 3 seconds. If he gets 2.5 to 3 seconds, Brock Purdy, to sit, stand, look, 2.5 to 3 seconds, one of those guys is going to be open. McCaffrey on a flat or a hitch, Kittle on a seam, Debo on a comeback, Ayuk on a go. One of those guys is going to be open. Kansas City's got to shut him down inside of 2.5 to 3 seconds. San Francisco's offensive line has got to give him 2.5, 3 seconds. I will go so far as to say this. Lonzo, if Brock Purdy averages over 2.5 seconds to throw the football with a clean pocket, San Francisco wins this game. If he averages under 2.5 seconds in a clean pocket to throw the football, Kansas City will win the game. I know it feels almost counterintuitive to say that a team with Patrick Mahomes will have their Lombardi destiny decided by a defensive line, but you will. That's how much skill's on San Francisco. Over 2.5 seconds on average to throw the ball, San Francisco wins. Under, Kansas City wins.
We'll see. I still think it comes down to who has the ball last. Because that's every single stinking Kansas City game.
As a dude with Chiefs on the money line, good enough for me. Good enough for me. Ladies and gentlemen, that's 2 hours in the books. The halftime show coming up now. Texter says, Tay-Tay writes bangers. Let me be clear. This is not an insult to Taylor Swift. I'm a big fan. I'm just saying, I don't think Tay-Tay is going to let T-Rav get away with an Elvis impersonator wedding. Sports Flash.
She would if Jason Kelsey is the Elvis impersonator. Will a revenge win be enough to rank the Gamecocks men's team after falling to Georgia earlier this year? One of just 3 losses. The Gamecocks got the W back Saturday, knocking off the Dogs 72-62. South Carolina is now 19-3 and 7-2 in the conference, but some AP voters have already made their rankings public without the Gamecocks included. South Carolina hosts Ole Miss tomorrow. So disrespectful. The Gamecocks women's basketball team picked up another win this weekend, knocking off Ole Miss 85-56 in front of a sold-out Colonial Life Arena. But now the challenge level goes up. The Gamecocks will be without top scorer and rebounder Kamala Cardoso for the next 2 games because she's going to play for Brazil. Tune in Wednesday at 6:30 as the Furman men's basketball team takes on Mercer right here on your home for Paladins football and basketball, the Fan Upstate.
Welcome to the stream there, Steak. Good to have you join after 2 years. I did not actually get to watch the Clash because I was working a hockey game. I have it on the, not DVR, the YouTube TV library.
Got it on the YouTube library.
Got it on the YouTubes. I've heard it was damn entertaining, so I'll be watching it today. I've got to finish NXT. I've got to finish the Bush Clash. I've got to finish.
How about that Spencer Rattler Saturday?
Senior Bowl MVP. Good pickup for him.
No, if you saw any of that, it wasn't
Tell you what
bad.
bummed me out about the Senior Bowls. How many guys went there, practiced all week,
And then
didn't
said,
play in the
I'm
game?
not playing.
Yeah, which I get. It's the same as a bowl game. All Michael Penix needs is to go pop an ACL in a needless game and lose his draft spot.
Still, Rattler needed to play.
Rattler needed to
and
play.
he needed to play well, and
he did.
Yeah.
And he did. He was dropping dimes for sure. Those are the guys that need to play in that game. And I'll tell you, I would not be shocked next year to see the Senior Bowl invite about 20 more players aside for that exact reason. If guys are going to come down and use it as the ability to show off in practice to scouts but not play, they need more depth because the national team had 3 wide receivers on the roster. You can't do that.
When you get to the point where you have to trade people from one side to the other, the defender, I forget his name, had to go from one side to the other side because the other side was short and was still out there showing out even though he hadn't practiced with that team.
P-Digits, Steven, welcome in, boys. Yeah.
Good morning.
No. Capital N, no.
You're right. I can't. I don't have enough treble to hit that height. Engineering's working on it.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Ugh.
No.
Yeah, don't play that voice. That's just nah.
You should know your role and shut your mouth.
And you
Dwayne.
should go home, Dwayne.
Dwayne. Yeah, listen, we're going to be talking about Dwayne next hour. It's not going to be Fight Club because Fight Club's on Thursdays and Lonzo does Fight Club. But for those of you that don't like wrestling,
I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
something monumental happened Friday. And let's just say Lonzo and I, as we should, frequently have opposing opinions on the landscape of professional wrestling. Okay? We were texting each other furiously on Saturday, which is like 6 texts back and forth.
I was furious for you.
Furious.
I mean, I got a response. It's like,
Yeah.
oh, yeah, it means as much to him as it does to me.
Yeah. It was very upsetting. Very upsetting. So we'll talk about that. But I do want to get to this. Your AP Top 25 for men's basketball comes out today. Your AP Top 25, when it drops, is going to look very interesting. There have been some big games that have been played since the last time the poll came out. 18-2, UConn was up top. Purdue scored a big win. They were at number 2. North Carolina got the dub over Duke the other day in that rivalry. I mean, like a good win over Duke. Houston looked phenomenal. One of the best defenses we've ever seen. They got worked by the Rock Chalk Kansas Jayhawks, who were at number 8. Duke was at 7. They're going to come down. All of this to say, the further you move down the poll, the more interesting the names get. Alabama got into the top 25, as I've been telling you for a while that I thought they would. Ole Miss was in there. Auburn, despite a couple of back-to-back losses to unranked, was still hanging around there. All of this was very interesting, especially when you put it into the context of the Gamecocks of South Carolina, who have yet to be ranked. And I found that very interesting. I find that interesting because the Gamecocks had put in some work. The Gamecocks had gotten a couple of big wins down that stretch. Not the least of which was a win over the University of Tennessee. That game took place back on January 30th. Now, the game did take place after the last time the AP Top 25 came out, which was the day before that. But since then, they knocked off Tennessee, and they got a revenge win on the road at Georgia. You'll go back about a week, 2 weeks ago, when Georgia came to the house and knocked off South Carolina 74-69. It was, to that point, arguably the worst loss for South Carolina. That Clemson L, after Clemson lost to Virginia this weekend, looks a little less great for South Carolina, but rivalry game on the road, you can at least give it a pass. This morning, this AM, this beautiful, glorious Monday morning, as I rose from the bed, bushy-tailed and sparkly-eyed, ready to attack the day with ferocity and intensity and tenacity. As most of us who are winners do, I began my day, Lonzo, with a little light scrolling of social media. All the life coaches, Tony Robbins, big proponent of making sure you immediately check your social media when you wake up in the morning.
I thought you were going to say you started the day with a cleansing of some sort, but okay.
That came a little later in the morning. Really, those two things coincided with each other if we're being 100% honest.
Yeah, I was going to,
I believe as kids say, no cap.
multitasking.
So as I sat there on the throne of excellence, scrolling through the social media, I came across a tweet that kind of got me up in my feels a little bit earlier in the day. Seth Davis, who is a college football expert for CBS Sports, and a guy that, for the record, when it comes to college basketball, I said football, I meant basketball. When it comes to college basketball, I am a fan of, to be honest. I like Seth. I think Seth does a lot of good stuff. Seth released his submitted AP Top 25 basketball poll. And it goes like this. UConn remains at first, Purdue second, North Carolina after the win over Duke goes to 3. Houston somehow stays at 4 despite getting rocked by Kansas 2 spots back at 6. Tennessee annihilated Kentucky. Tennessee made that South Carolina win on the road look a lot better by going to Rupp and beating the Cats. Wisconsin 7, Illinois 8, Marquette 9, 10 Arizona. Wait till you get to the end of this. You'll know why I'm reading it one by one. Bama 11, Baylor 12, 13 Iowa State, 14 Creighton, 15 Kentucky, Auburn 16, Duke 17, Dayton Flyers at 18, San Diego State at 19, Utah State at 20, St. Mary's at 21, BYU 22, Horns Bleep at 23, Texas Tech 24, and at 25, you want to guess who's at 25, Lonzo?
South Carolina?
You would think so, but no. Indiana State finds himself at number 25. Seth Davis, with no respect for the Gamecocks. None at all. So I thought, all right, what the hell do these boys need to do? Why can my guys not catch a rank? Why can they not get inside the AP Top 25? So I went and started looking at the resume. Great one. Because I thought, all right, let's try to keep it a buck here. Remember back at the beginning of the season when the Gamecocks ran off, what was it, like 8 straight wins to open the year before they took the L to Clemson? And then after they took the L to Clemson, they ran off 6 straight wins before they lost to Bama. Bama, that, by the way, you'll notice is now inside the top 15. Bama got the W. They beat Missouri, then they lost to Georgia. Again, worst loss. But they've won 5 straight, including 2 SEC top 6 national wins in the stretch. Why would a guy like Seth Davis, a guy I got a lot of respect for, not rank South Carolina? And I go back to that stretch of impressive wins for South Carolina because we had a bunch of people that texted and called and tweeted this radio broadcast and said, Rob Brown, why are you not talking Gamecock basketball? I was in that Seth Davis crowd at the time. And my response to them, if you will recall, was because the resume does not look great. SC Upstate, Virginia Tech, VMI, DePaul, Grand Canyon University. Your win right there was over a college that I only knew existed because of late night television commercials. Notre Dame was an okay win. Notre Dame is not the Notre Dame of bygone eras, unfortunately. It is a Notre Dame team that is currently sitting in the neighborhood of 7-15. Not great, Bob. ECU, Charleston Southern, Winthrop, Elon, Florida A&M. And then you beat Mississippi State 68-62. And I went, okay, that's a good win. That team's now, or at the time, was 11-3. They're now 14-8. The resume just wasn't there. So I thought, let me go look at the resume. Now that we're in the midst of the SEC season, now that we're in the midst of conference play, how do we look? And here is what I found. Now I'm going off the ESPN Power Rankings, the ESPN scheduling Power Rankings, and this is what I'm seeing. Strength of record ranking, Purdue 1, UConn 2, Houston 3, Kansas 4, UNC 5, Tennessee 6, Marquette 7. Would you look at that? Strength of record ranking, according to ESPN, Gamecocks 8th in the country at 19-3. Strength of record seeding. This is, if everything was perfect, where you would sit in a tournament bracket just based on the opponents you've played. Not wins and losses, just based on the opponents you played. South Carolina would be, according to ESPN, a 2 seed based on the SEC schedule they've played. Strength of record based on the S curve. This is a quality check. South Carolina 8th. Quality wins. They give South Carolina 4. It's interesting. Dayton, ranked ahead of them, has 2. Alabama has 5, 1 more. Ole Miss, ranked, has 3. Auburn, strength of S curve. Quality wins, 2 of them. They are 2-3 in quality win games, right? These are quad 1 games, as you'll hear them called. When it comes to the strength of schedule ranking, this takes your entire schedule into consideration. This is where you start to see the damage done. 79th. But wait, hold please. Dayton is 74th. Ole Miss is 71st. Auburn is 72nd. Utah State, 103rd. Indiana State, a team that is ranked 118th. That's not it. So what number is doing the most damage to South Carolina? The answer is your non-conference schedule. As I told you it would be back in the day, 6 weeks ago, when some of y'all started hitting me with, Rob, why aren't you talking Gamecock basketball? And I said, because your non-conference schedule stinks. That's it. That's the reason. Your non-conference schedule is so bad, it dings you. Non-conference strength of schedule, South Carolina is ranked 261st. But here's the thing. At 279th. Now, I'm real bad at numbers, Lonzo, but I believe that 261 is better than 279 when you are counting down.
Even in today's math.
Even in Common Core math. 261 is higher than 279. 279 I bring up because that's Ole Miss's non-conference schedule. Utah State, 203. Iowa State, 281. Texas Tech, 269. BYU, 310. TCU, 316. These are all teams that have been, up until today, ranked ahead of South Carolina. So I went in and I saw that number, and I thought to myself, when I saw that number, I thought to myself, this has got to be something, right? This has got to be the reason. And then I started looking at the other ranked teams, and when I started to look at the other ranked teams, what dare do I see except for the number that I genuinely thought was the reason that South Carolina wasn't ranked, that their non-conference schedule was 261st. I am seeing other ranked teams with a non-conference schedule power rating that is dramatically below the Gamecocks. I don't know what else they need to do. Now, as our boy P1 Spur Daddy hit us with in the text last week, when we talked about this post the Tennessee win, at the end of the day, in-season rankings, they don't really mean that much. I mean, they do, because they go a long way in determining who's seated where when the tournament gets here in March. And as of right now, yes, I am going to tell you the Gamecocks are a tournament team. 100 wins over Tennessee, Kentucky, Georgia. This is a tournament team. The problem is, and this is why I think you've been in a spot where you've been unranked. If I ask you for the quality wins right now, your answer is Tennessee, Kentucky. You got to fight to convince me Georgia's a quality win. It's a revenge win. It's a nice win to get back, to go to Athens, to go to their house and get that dub back is a big deal. But your quality wins are Kentucky and Tennessee. Those are quality wins of the highest order. That is a pair of top 10 teams. But let's call it what it is. This is a spot where South Carolina is going to need to just keep Wing. Guess who they got tomorrow night? Tomorrow evening, the Ole Miss Rebels come to Columbia. And I got to tell you, Zoe, I'm real tempted to go over there for this game. Let me tell you why. This is a signature game for Lamont Paris and the Gamecocks. I think South Carolina gets ranked today. I do. I think when the AP Top 25 drops, South Carolina gets ranked today. I think you're going to see them in that number. I think you're going to see them. James popped in. He said when the polls come out, South Carolina will be around 19. I think 22-23. Because, again, Tennessee and Kentucky are the signature wins. The one over Georgia is going to help a little bit. The loss to Alabama, the loss to Clemson, suddenly killing you more than before, right? That third loss to Georgia is, I think, going to be the most damaging. But I think you're going to be around 22-23. I can see as high as 20. 19 might not be ridiculous. The win tomorrow, if you can get it over Ole Miss, is what's going to seal this thing for you. The win, if you can get it over Ole Miss, is going to be enormous for you, but you have to go get it. This is the point where, I hate sports cliches, but Spur Daddy nailed this one last week. The only thing that matters right now is to win this game, right? Winning is all that matters. Not in March, not even in late February. Now, get the win over Ole Miss. Get the win over a team that's been hovering in the lower middle of the AP Top 25. Get that win at home, because I promise you, a loss to Ole Miss at home, you will not be ranked until the end of the season if you get back. This game is a pressure cooker. And we'll break this game down X's and O's tomorrow on the show. But this game is a pressure cooker game for Lamont, for BJ, for Michi, for the boys. Because if you lose this game, a game, by the way, that ESPN's power index predictor, prognosticator, projector, whatever they call it, gives you a 72% chance to win. If you lose this game at home, you will not be ranked this year until you make a run, if you make a run in the Southeastern Conference tournament. Until you get another Tennessee-Kentucky win in a tournament situation, you won't get ranked. Forget the rankings today. I know South Carolina fans want to be ranked today. I know you want that respect. I know you want that hard R, capital R respect. I understand that. And you've done a lot to earn it. Don't worry about the rankings today. If you're not ranked today, it ain't the biggest deal in the world. You need to be ranked next week. Because you got Ole Miss tomorrow, you got Vandy, and then you're on the road at Auburn on Valentine's Day, on the 14th. That is after the new rankings come out next Monday, the 12th. Get this Ole Miss win. Vanderbilt comes to your house 4 days later. Get that dub over Vandy. When I say beat Vandy, I mean beat Vandy. I mean Macho Man, elbow drop them into the next week.
Oh, yeah!
You get that? You'll be ranked next week. Not only will you be ranked next week with a win over Ole Miss, with a demo job on Vandy, you'll be inside the top 20. You'll be sitting around 15. And then you'll get that respect you're looking for. All that matters is tomorrow. Don't worry about the poll today. Worry about the Ole Miss win tomorrow. Show everybody that Ole Miss is not who they want them to be and that you are. This is two teams hovering around the same mark. South Carolina 19-3, Ole Miss 18-4, but they are 5-4 in conference. They have a loss to LSU. They have a loss to Tennessee, a team you beat. They have a loss to Auburn, a team you have a chance to beat. Actually, I have 2 losses to Auburn. Go beat Ole Miss, and you will be fine. It's really that simple. I don't care about the ranking today. I care about the ranking tomorrow. That's it. Let's take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, got a few more thoughts on the Super Bowl I want to throw at you. At 8:40, John Blau of the Post-Courier will join us. Speaking of basketball, we'll talk a little Clemson basketball after a tough L against Virginia with John Blau, Clemson beat reporter for the Post-Courier, to end this hour. Next hour, free for all. Whatever y'all want, we get on a Monday. The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It's the Fan Upstate. Did I do it? Do I have a second spin? I just did one so far, right?
It's coming up in the next break, I believe. I'll let you know when I get back.
For sure. All right, guys, give us a minute and 20 seconds. Let's be reasonable this time. We'll be right back. All right, that was actually 1 minute and 6 seconds. I did good. Oh, don't you worry, James. We're coming to that. Coming to that in the next hour.
Yes, you do have Smith and James in the next segment.
Perfect. Thank you.
Next break.
The Rob Brown Show rolls on. It is the Fan Upstate. I am Rob Brown. Great Malonzo on the ones and twos. Joe Person's got an interesting piece up on The Athletic right now about our Carolina Panthers. He writes in said article that Dave Canellis was not personally affiliated with Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator for the Carolina Panthers, at least as of today. When he got hired 2 weeks ago, didn't know him personally, couldn't have called him on the cell phone, but knew exactly who he was as a defensive coordinator because, well, he was an offensive coordinator for a divisional rival. and had some very nice things to say about Ejiro Evero when he got hired. He said, quote, I played against the Panthers twice, and the job that EJ did with the defense was really hard to deal with. Great sound football, playing hard, some great players in some spots, and just the whole thing coming together. In that same article, Joe Person says it is looking more and more likely day by day that Ejiro Evero is going to stay on board as the DC for the Carolina Panthers. Good. It's exactly what I wanted. It's exactly what I wanted. Lonzo, not as big of a fan. I love it. I think it's the right call.
It's just more proof that that Tepper is not stepping back. Because if he was stepping back and staying out of the way, house would be cleaned and things would be started all over again. So that just means his hands are still in there, and his step back was just stepping around the corner where you can't see him, but he's still there.
See, I don't see it that way at all. And here's why. A lot of the other guys that Tepper brought in, guys like Chris Tabor, interim head coach, he didn't get that gig unless Tepper liked him, unless Tepper thought he's the man for this job right now. Dave Canellis comes in, Tabor is instantly gone. In fact, a fistful of coaches are gone. If Dave Tepper was, and I'm not saying he's not involved. If Dave Tepper wanted to be in control of every little thing, I think you'd see some coaches. I don't think Chris Tabor would have been gone unless Dave Canellis made a condition of his hiring that he knows who he wants the special teams guy to be. I was real close with Tampa Bay's special teams guy, and I want to bring him here. I don't know that that's the case. Canellis did not give us, at least that I'm aware of, any indication at any point that he had a preference for a special teams guy or an O-line coach. It seems to me like Dave
So
Canellis,
you're trying to compare those to a defensive coordinator.
No, what I'm saying is I think if Dave Canellis wanted a different defensive coordinator, he would have gotten him. I think Dave Canellis looked, as I did, at Carolina's defense the last year and went, it's not bad. It's pretty good. Especially, again, considering in context exactly what they were trying to play around in the complete lack of Panther offense. I think Dave Canellis, who in his introductory presser went out of his way to talk up Double E, wanted to keep the guy. I don't think that this is, and I say this because if Tep wanted to keep guys, he would have kept guys. Double E's the only guy that appears safe except for Double E's guys on the defensive staff. Dave Canellis comes in, effectively, the entire offensive coaching staff turns over. Effectively, everybody that Dave Canellis wants to bring in has a job. On the defensive side, Dave Canellis could theoretically, if my assumption is correct, Dave Canellis could have filled out his defensive staff just like he did with the offensive staff. But Dave Canellis, before we even heard from Dave Tep, was talking up Double E. Now, could it have been that in that meeting to get the signing done, that Dave Tepper went, yo, Dave Canellis, Double E is our guy. No ifs, ands, buts, or questions about it. So go out there and say nice things about him. Sure, it's a possibility. And I don't think we can know what Dave Tepper truly is doing until we start seeing it play out. But at the presser, after the presser, when the media went up to Tep and said, yo, what are your thoughts? What do you think about your boy? Tep went, I'm out. I'm stepping back. I am going to, for the sake of my own mental well-being and sanity and stability, work under the assumption that Dave Tepper's not full of crap. Now, it's absolutely fair to work under the assumption that Dave Tepper is full of crap. Because for the past couple of years, he kind of has been. But I also am going to give him the benefit of the doubt. I am also going to give him the benefit of the doubt that he's heard. He knows. He understands. And is giving Canellis the opportunity to pick and choose what he wants. And Canellis, an offensive coordinator who twice went 1v1 with Ejiro Evero as the DC, smashed up pretty good. And I will 100% acknowledge part of the reason I'm giving him that faith, Lonzo, is because that's exactly my opinion. Because it's exactly what I've been saying for weeks now. That Double E ran a good defense. You got a good staff. The locker room seems to be on board with him. And because the locker room is on board with him, that's a valuable resource to keep around for a guy that has only been in control of an offense for a single season, which means he probably doesn't have the biggest coaching circle around him to pick and choose from.
All right. I'm just curious, in your opinion, how many games in the NFL should a defense win you? What's an average? Your offense is playing bad. Your defense should be able to win you a couple games, right? How many should they be able to win? Okay.
5 to 7, I think I'd be good with.
Okay. Well, they didn't do that last year. That's to me, I agree. I agree. 5 to 7 is a good number. It's at least a third of the games you should be able to count on your defense to pull a game out for you, and they did not do that.
I don't disagree with at least an average offense. I'm working on the assumption in your hypothetical here. You know I love me a hypothetical. Working in your hypothetical, I am working under the assumption that you are giving me an average NFL offense. The Carolina Panthers were not even close to an average NFL offense last year. I don't think you could have dropped the best defense of the last 15 years into Carolina last year and expected them to win you 4 to 5. That's how bad it was. So you bring in a guy in Dave Canellis who has taken what could have under Baker Mayfield, but a very average, not bad, but very average Tampa Bay offense, and he brought them to the second round of the playoffs. I think expecting EE to perform more aptly next year, assuming Canellis can let's just get the offense to average. He gets the offense to average. I think the defense is 5 to 6 wins worth of good next year. And it appears that's what Dave Tepper thinks too. That's what Dave Canellis thinks too. Because I absolutely think with a young start-em-up style coaching staff under Dave Canellis, if they wanted to make the switch, they could have gone and found a young upstart project defensive coordinator that had some hype, that had some momentum coming for him, and got that guy. But what Double E did for this team the last couple of years, well, scratch that. The last year, to me, was impressive, was something to be commended. And I think they're going to give him the opportunity to run that back. All right, we got to take a break. When we come back here in just a minute, by the way, Joe Person says Double E's sticking around. We'll talk more about that as the week progresses and we get more solidified reporting on that when we come back here in just a mere moment from right now. John Blau is a Clemson beat writer for the Post and Courier. Clemson had a heartbreaker of an L against Virginia. So, where does that team stand? Where does Brad stand right now? We'll ask John Blau when we come back on the Rob Brown Show. It's Rob, it's Lonzo, and you. It is the Fan Upstate. All right, guys, one more live read right here. Coming right back. Don't go anywhere.
This time I'm going to go
Right.
back and do it just every once in a while.
Yeah.
I will take a picture and go, I wonder what else is on here. And then I'll go back through and go, okay, and then get rid of that and that and that. A lot of things that I've taken pictures to send business wise and things like that I don't need. So yeah. It's also kind of fun, like every few months or so, to look back on it and go, oh, I remember that. That was a fun time, which is what pictures are for anyway, for the most part. Or they're to incriminate, fellow employees or something. I don't know. Depending on who you are.
I went yesterday to clean out the phone roll, and I deleted like 162 pictures. And probably 3 of them did I have the like, I should just hang on to this one just in case conversation. Most of them I was like, yeah, why do I have this? Like, why did I take this picture?
Well, there was a time, and I still will do this on occasion, just upload them all to a computer.
Yeah.
That way I can make collages and stuff with them.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. The Rob Brown Show is on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Excellent to have you all with us this AM. Let us now go to the phone lines and welcome in John Blau, a Clemson beat reporter for the Post and Courier. Joins us on Mondays to talk all things Clemson sports. John, welcome back, big dog. Good to have you, man.
Hey, Rob, how you doing?
Doing very well. Thank you very much. Let's dive right in and let's talk about this Virginia game and the ramifications it's going to have on Clemson. An up and down season, a real good start. Had a couple of games of the L's in the ACC out of the gate. You get a couple of back, and now you have this Virginia game. To me, John, this loss is not as devastating as some people are making it out to be. I think the ACC is deeper than it's getting credit for, and I think Virginia is a pretty good basketball team that is kind of stuck in a very good conference this year. What was your instant reaction to the heartbreak L against the Cavaliers?
Yeah, I think it's just psychologically and emotionally draining for Clemson now. You lost a 1-point game to Duke. You lose another 1-point game to Virginia. You had a double overtime game to Georgia Tech. You're a team that very likely, should be 6-4. You could be 7-3, and now you're 4-6, and you're going to North Carolina. And so that's the issue in terms of not winning that game and not winning some of those other games, is that you can fall into a hole where you're 4-7 in the ACC, and you really have to make a charge to even be 500 in conference in the second half of the conference slate. So it's just the context in terms of how they've lost and continuing to lose. Puts them into a hole where it could make your chances of making the NCAA tournament kind of difficult. But as far as how they're playing, I think they're playing better basketball than they were early in the conference season. Obviously, Miami was a devastating loss because they did not play well defensively. They scored 90-plus points. And then Virginia Tech, you just let a couple guys really go off. They're playing better basketball. They just obviously need to win games. They need to make more shots. And so that's where the frustration comes in for Clemson, and whether they can overcome this kind of a drought of just kind of big time shot making they're not getting.
Talk to me about the psychology of this team, at least as far as you've seen it from the outside, because you mentioned, a 10-point loss to North Carolina. You had that game at Virginia Tech, which I think that team looked exhausted to me. You have the double overtime against Georgia Tech, the 1 point, and a very controversial L against Duke. And now you drop one to Virginia. For a team that started 11-1 before they had that 3-game L streak to open ACC play, for a team that I think had some expectations, had some belief in itself, to hit this kind of skid they've been in and out of the past couple of weeks, what is the mindset of this team? Like, have you seen a change in the way that they have played, or do you think this is still a team that's got it in themselves to go, hey, we're a tournament team and we can get this turned around?
Yeah, Brad Brownell brought it up in the post-game press conference that, the 2 games leading into the Virginia game, he was basically just playing cheerleader more than coach. And he's just trying to pump them up, let them know that they're good. They're not a bad basketball team. And in that Virginia game, it felt like they played really hard, but it was a contrast from the Louisville game before that. Obviously, the game right after Duke, they came out of the gates really slow. And again, Brad Brownell even admitted in the post-game press conference that, they weren't really emotionally all there. Kind of hit a strike, got to 24, a lead of 24 points over Louisville, which is not a great basketball team, and then let that slide all the way back to 4. So, I mean, there's been some moments where it's been kind of concerning in terms of whether their confidence is all there, whether they're emotionally, psychologically completely engaged at all times. The Virginia game was a good, I think, moment in terms of they played hard the entire time. It's a game they very well could have won if they just hit one shot at the end of the game. Maybe don't give up a 4-point play to Virginia. But yeah, they need some wins. They just need to win a basketball game. Obviously, winning at North Carolina would be absolutely huge. But if they don't win that game, they got to find a way to somehow overcome kind of, again, just gut punch after gut punch. I mean, it's hard to be in so many games and to lose them. And this is a veteran team. You would think that they would be able to overcome it, especially with TJ Hall, who's been through everything he's been through in his career. Joe Girard, a guy who's experienced in the ACC, coming over from Syracuse. But they have to win a game. It's just as simple as that.
John Blau covers Clemson for the Post and Courier, joins the Rob Brown Show on Mondays to talk Tiger athletics. So you're on the road tomorrow in Chapel Hill, and we obviously all know how big of a game that is. That is the number 3 ranked team in the country. That's the bad news. The good news, John, coming off of that, you're at Syracuse. You're back home with a chance for revenge against Miami. You're back home for NC State. You're at Georgia Tech. And a Tech team, yeah, they beat North Carolina, but that's a very winnable game. You're talking about February 24th, but before the next time you come up with a team that, at least on paper, looks like they match up with Clemson, and that's only because Florida State's played better ball. You end with Pitt, Notre Dame, and Syracuse, and at Wake Forest. To me, the schedule sets up, outside of the North Carolina game, the schedule sets up pretty well for a nice little end-of-season momentum-building run. Do you think that's a possibility for Clemson, and what do they need to do if they're going to make that happen?
Yeah, I think you're correct. Other than the fact, though, I think Miami took a little bit of a dip after they beat Clemson. They've kind of been playing better lately. Syracuse is at least a 500 ACC team. North Carolina State, I think they're 7-4 coming out of the weekend, so not bad. And obviously, again, Georgia Tech beat Duke, North Carolina, and Clemson. So this is a very dangerous team. You have to go to their place. So it's not exactly easy. Like you even said earlier, I think the ACC doesn't get credit for the depth that it has. And Brad Brownell even said in the recent post-game press conference that, we all cannibalize each other. And there's still potential in that slate for Clemson to get further cannibalized by some of these teams. But, yeah, again, like I was saying, it's kind of boring to say, but they need to win a game to kind of get, out from under this losing skid, get some confidence. If they get some confidence, either by beating North Carolina or going up to Syracuse, winning a game, Clemson is more than talented enough as far as the players it has. Again, Hall, Girard, Chase Hunter's been playing better. I think that's a really big deal. But again, it sounds overly simplistic, but just shot making. You look at the stats since the last North Carolina game in terms of how they're shooting. I think PJ Hall's only shooting 40% from the field. I think he's made 7 of his last 38 3-pointers. You need way better than that for PJ Hall. You can get to the free throw line, supplement that, but you need to make more shots. I think Joe Girard, since that last UNC game, is shooting 34% from the field, only about 36.7% from 3, which is a guy who was making like 45% of his threes up to that point in the season. So they just need their best players to hit more shots. Obviously, again, it's been enough to be within 1 point of Duke and Virginia, very good basketball teams. And obviously, Georgia Tech, they were up by 9 points before they collapsed the last 2 minutes of that game and then have to play double overtime. But again, if they can get a win, build some confidence, start to see some shots fall, there's absolutely potential for this Clemson team to make a run late in the season because they do have some games that are absolutely winnable.
We're kind of at the point, John, where teams are starting to look at the reality of making a tournament, the reality of being on the bubble late. I think Clemson's got the opportunity with a good run to absolutely be sitting there as a bubble team and potentially lamenting some of those 1 point and overtime losses down the stretch. In your opinion, based on where we stand right now, for Clemson to either get on the bubble late or maybe even solidify themselves by taking advantage of a deep ACC this year, what does this team need to do aside from get a win, get the confidence back? Completely agree with you there. What would you want to see them do down the stretch to kind of maybe solidify their standing in the mind of some of the AP voters that have a big say in how this season ends?
Yeah, I think they have to get above 500, obviously, in ACC play. So I think you really only have room for maybe like, if you lose at North Carolina, you have room for maybe a couple more losses, and that's it. Obviously, it has to be a pretty good showing in North Carolina because the net number, I mean, you're at number 37 right now in the net. You like to be above 50 to be kind of in that NCAA tournament hunt, and so they're absolutely there because of the wins they had in the non-conference. I mean, they actually sit above South Carolina right now, who's having an amazing season in the SEC. They're 1 spot behind TCU, who they beat, 2 spots behind Boise State, who they beat. Alabama's having a great year. They beat them. So, I mean, they absolutely have the non-conference success that they can afford to have a not great looking ACC mark, maybe 11-9, then with a little bit of a run in the ACC tournament. You can make the NCAA tournament, but if you're below 500, I don't think any below 500 ACC team is going to make the NCAA tournament, especially if Joe Lunardi, the bracketologist for ESPN right now, I think he only projected 3 ACC teams in the field. You have plenty of above 500, well above 500, UNC, Duke, Virginia's 8-3. If there's only going to be 3 teams, you can't be that far behind, fading behind those guys. So you have to, I think 11-9 in conference, 12-8 is probably as bad of a conference record as you can have. That only allows, again, like 1 or 2 more losses maybe. You can maybe finish 500, and then you're going to have to make a really good run in the ACC tournament. So I think they've got to, again, really go on a run here, limit their losses because there's not really much room for much more at this point.
Yeah, don't disagree with that at all. John Blau from the Post and Courier covers Clemson athletics here on the Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate. Last one, John, I auditioned for this gig here 4 years ago, and even then I was getting asked about Brad Brownell and his future with the team. Here we are in 2024, still there. If this team fails to make a tournament this year, does the perception change, or is he pretty much ingrained? Is this the year that Clemson would make a change if they do not make a tournament, or would there be, hey, look, it was a real tough conference, you got real close, we're going to take one more ride? Where do you kind of fall in that conversation?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to predict. Obviously, I mean, we had a conversation last year, even with Graham Knapp, just to clarify whether he was coming back, just because it was back-to-back years, not the NCAA tournament, 3 years. I think out of his 13 years they've been to the tournament, there's obviously a very loud faction of the fan base that's not pleased with that rate of success of making the tournament. But I mean, the thing that Graham Knapp told us is that he thought they should have been in the tournament last year. So it's almost like he's counting that year. But at the same time, again, I think Graham Knapp loves Brad Brownell. I think Brad Brownell, if you take a step back, has accomplished a lot in terms of being there in the tournament hunt at a school that doesn't, give a ton of resources to basketball. Has been starting to give more, but not a ton. I mean, part of the early part of his career, they weren't even playing in Clemson. They were playing games in Greenville. They were doing a renovation of that arena. I think everybody always accounts for that, but I do think if they miss the NCAA tournament 3 years in a row, it might be hard for Graham Knapp to kind of stick behind that, just because, again, that loud segment of the fan base is going to get even louder, and there's probably going to be some decisions to make. Whether that will happen this year, whether this is absolutely the year that Brad Brownell is replaced, if they'll make the tournament, I'm not sure, but I do think it's definitely going to be a big question, and it would be something that is entirely possible, I guess I would say, at the end of the day.
John Blau covers Clemson athletics for the Post and Courier, joins us every Monday to talk Tiger athletics. John, my man, great to have you back, buddy. Look forward to talking to you again next week, man.
Sounds good. Thanks, Rob.
You got it. John Blau. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time. We got to take a break because it's the top of the hour, and that's when we're scheduled to do that. Also scheduled for your listening pleasure. Ladies and gentlemen, your life about to get better because of Lonzo.
I just made your Monday. The Gamecock women's basketball team picked up another win this weekend, knocking off Ole Miss 85-56 in front of a sold-out Colonial Life Arena. But now the challenge level goes up. The Gamecocks will be without top scorer and rebounder Camila Cardoso for the next 2 games. Cardoso is joining the Brazilian national team for Olympic qualifying as the Gamecocks host Missouri Thursday and number 11 UConn on February 11th. Will a revenge win be enough to rank the Gamecocks men's team? After falling to Georgia earlier this year, one of just 3 losses, Gamecocks got the W back Saturday, knocking off the Dogs 72-62. South Carolina is now 19-3 and 7-2 in conference, but some AP voters have already made their rankings public without the Gamecocks included. We are your exclusive home for the Super Bowl in the Upstate. Coverage starts at 2 p.m. Sunday as the Kansas City Chiefs take on the San Francisco 49ers right here on the Fan Upstate. Yay. Ooh, I'm dying.
Quite comfortable in purgatory. If they do not make the tournament this year and they don't make a change, I will be forced to agree with you.
Yeah, but that's said every single year. Well, next year is going to be the year. If they don't, next year, and next year comes and it's just
that's not unfair. That sounded. Did they record you for that commercial?
Might as well. So when the gnomes attacked earlier, they had some sort of itching agent on their ice picks. Ain't nothing worse than something you can't scratch.
I gotta take that down. Shot a rock and rye with lemon and honey. You ain't wrong, man. The old hot toddy. Fixes everything, or at least makes you think that it did. Apparently, you can rent the Thunder's floor with your boys to play pickup basketball on an NBA court.
You mean Oklahoma City?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I got antibiotics, Steven. They'll work eventually, hopefully. After 3 hours at the doctor's.
And away we go, ladies and gentlemen. It is the final hour of the Rob Brown Show.
Yeah.
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 On the Fan Upstate. I am Rob. He is most of Lonzo. A significant portion, though not all of Lonzo. But he's here. He's working. Champions rise to the occasion. Slap the sign, play like a champion today. And here we go.
Whole lot of dirt rubbed on stuff.
Various body parts and ailments getting the champions treatment today. We got a lot of stuff we need to get to, a lot of stuff we need to talk about on the radio broadcast today. I have said for you guys for years that wrestling is always going to be a part of this show. Whether you like it or not, we're going to work wrestling in.
Oh, yeah.
They're not selling out millions upon millions of chairs around the year if wrestling wasn't a big deal. They're not signing multi-billion with a B dollar contracts with Netflix if people didn't care. They're just not. So sometimes we just got to talk wrestling. And I got to do it right now. You don't have to like it. Just hang out like 10 minutes, right? Because Friday night, something very interesting / disappointing took place.
Monumental, almost.
I would say that is correct. Cody Rhodes won the Royal Rumble a couple of weeks back. And at the conclusion of the Royal Rumble, just the fourth person ever to go back-to-back in the Royal Rumble. He stood high atop the ring post and he pointed directly at your tribal chief, Roman Reigns. And all indications were that he was obviously going to call out the tribal chief for a WrestleMania main event. And then the very next show, out comes one Seth Rollins, the holder of the other belt.
The secondary belt, the junior belt. Trying to remember the exact words that Roman Reigns said, but
I believe he called it the losers bracket
and
championship.
Yeah, and he's right.
Yeah. As much as I am doing my best not to buy into that narrative, right? I'm losing, and I acknowledge it. And I don't acknowledge that I'm losing ever because I am a winner. So Seth comes out, talks to Cody. He's like, hey, look, Roman's kind of a you-know-what. He's a part-timer. He very rarely shows up. Maybe just maybe you should, fight me instead. And I went, all right, I get it. You're trying to elevate that belt. That makes sense. You're trying to make it to where that belt holds as much weight as the one that Roman has. I understand.
And if you remember, I said I don't like where this is going because this is not a good sign.
Yeah. Again, I was willing to give them the benefit of the doubt by saying this is an effort to elevate Seth's belt to where Roman's belt is. It makes sense. I'm good with that. I'm going to let it play out. And then last week on Friday Night SmackDown, the Tribal Chief comes out, addresses his adoring audience, as we are all one. And Cody comes out with the expectation that he is going to deliver his decision, which belt he's going to go after in the WrestleMania main event. And he comes out and he asks what Birmingham, Alabama wants to talk about and what Roman, and then he tells Roman to get Jay and Solo and Paul out of the ring, which he does. And then he says, I said I was going to take the belt, but I'm going to take everything from you, but I'm not going to do it at WrestleMania. And I went, oh no. And then he said, and remember how I told people that I was asking advice? Well, one of the guys I took advice from is someone who knows you very well. And wouldn't you know it, whose music hits?
Whoa, 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 whoa.
Dwayne's. And out comes Dwayne. And Dwayne meanders to the ring and he gives Cody the hug while Cody has the look of a heartbroken man on his face. And then he leaves, setting up Rock versus Roman as your WrestleMania main event. Now, I will say, Lonzo, for 2.5 years now, I would have been on board for a Rock Roman fight at any point. You picked the one not okay time to do it. Now, there's a whole lot of backstage element to this. For instance, the reports are coming out now. Don't know if they're true. Let's be very clear, but they would make sense. That when TKO got Rock a seat at the table of the board of directors for WWE, apparently it might possibly, potentially have had attached that Rock would get a WrestleMania main event spot. And nobody's going to care about Rock v. Seth, so you got to give him that spot. But you built up for 3 years, well, 2.5, this story of Cody finally knocking off Roman. He's had shots. He's gotten screwed multiple times. This was finally going to be the time that it happens. And I don't care what you hear in tonight's Raw or next Friday's SmackDown or the Monday after that or the Friday after that leading up to Elimination Chamber or anything. The plan as of Friday was Rock and Roman in the main event. The only thing I can see happening now is they bend over backwards based on the incredible, and by the way, incredible backlash that they have gotten from the fan base who hates it, including, as Lonzo pointed out, the single most disliked video in the history of the company on YouTube. Rock and Roman stare each other down after Cody vacates the ring.
Yeah, but it gave The Rock goosebumps. He's never heard a pop like that.
Oh, yeah, for sure. And then later that evening, The Rock, Dwayne comes out, and Dwayne puts up the most single out of touch, complete lack of self-awareness tweet I may have ever seen. He made Hulk Hogan look like the most cognizant person in America with the tweet he put out. It's undeniable, the connection between the people and the people's champ. It's like, dude, they popped because you came out, not because they found out you're main eventing WrestleMania. You 52-year-old man who has not wrestled in 10 years.
And I would maintain that Cody Rhodes is the people's champ.
I don't care who you call the people's champ. You know who it's not?
You sick freak.
It ain't The Rock right now.
All right. So, the internet can be sometimes true and sometimes there's people, a lot of times people making stuff up. But
I don't know if you're familiar with it. The internet can be a difficult place.
It can, absolutely. So the thing is, a lot of people are saying this is to cover up the Vince McMahon thing. because they knew this would get this kind of hate, this kind of vitriol, this would get this kind of feedback, and this would take away from all the McMahon stuff. By the way, it is pushing it back some.
So let's go with this. I agree that is likely the point. I think there's one of two things is true, or both simultaneously. Either A, that is what happened. TKO went, we got to do something stupid, because here's the thing. Anything, as bad as it might look on its surface, anything to distract from the news about Vince McMahon is a good thing for them right
You're
now.
trying to do what you can to keep the business striving the way it is now and not take a hit.
Anything, no matter how bad it looks, if it is directly connected solely to wrestling, that takes away from Vince is a good thing. And then there's the other angle, which may or may not be true, that The Rock said, I will come back, I will get on board, but I'm only doing it if. And this is the result of that. There's also the element of Dwayne himself, right? Dwayne, this is what I was texting Lonzo back and forth about. Dwayne has got a bit of a reputation about him floating around in Hollywood, that he's hard to work with, that he's a prima donna. In his movie contracts, he puts clauses where no matter what movie he's in, his character can't lose a fight. If that ain't the most Hulk Hogan thing you've ever heard, brother. And then there's also what happened with Vin Diesel on the Fast and the Furious stuff. Vin Diesel said, this guy sucks. This guy, I can't work with this guy. And then Dwayne did his best to book himself as the new big baddie of the DC universe with Black Adam, a movie which has been completely lambasted by comic book movie fans, to the point that Black Adam is the reboot trigger for the DC universe. Black Adam is the moment that DC went, yup, shut it down, go get James Gunn, we're running this thing back in a new universe. It's that bad. So Rock's brand, oh, by the way, the XFL, I'm not going to say it failed, but it didn't thrive. Basically, everything Dwayne's been connected to in the past 2 or 3 years outside of wrestling has gone bad, like bad. So Dwayne's got an image to rebuild. And what is the only universe left where Dwayne still gets a pop? Wrestling. It's all he's got left. He's dead in Hollywood. He's dead in sports. He's got no brand outside of The Rock. Dwayne is gone. There is only The Rock. And I think he vastly underestimated how the fans were going to react. They popped when he came out, because I think, as I did, that when The Rock came out, the assumption was going to be that Rock was going to say, Roman, I'm here to make sure that Jay and Solo don't interfere with this match against Cody.
I'm glad you believe that, because I told you this earlier. When he came out, I told my wife to come here and watch this, because this is not going to be good. Because I knew when he came out. And I think another sign that this was coming was Ava Raine being established as the GM on NXT.
Sure, absolutely.
You come in, little nepotism going on. Take care of your family, you know.
My relentless optimism was always that, and listen, I'm going to be straight up with you. I'm not a huge Cody Rhodes guy, okay? I think he's fine. He doesn't jump out to me as a guy that I'm going to be talking about for years to come as a potential Mount Rushmore guy. I don't see him that way.
All right, I think it's just because you can't memorize his theme song.
Whoa!
I think that kind of bothers you.
No,
so.
It's not that. Genuinely, like jokes aside, I don't see Cody as like an all-timer. He's, you know what? When Punk kept calling him Dusty's boy, I was like, Punk's right again. Like, that's what he is. He's Dusty's kid. If he was not a Rhodes, he would not be where he is right now, okay? Whether it was AEW or WWE. If he wasn't Dusty's boy, he wouldn't be where he is. He is a Nepo baby in wrestling. And I don't have a problem with that. It's a Nepo business.
He was able to go somewhere else, build a company that is still maybe not thriving like it was when he was there, but he was able to do all that.
Tony Khan's bankroll, I could do it.
Yeah, I'm
100%.
I don't know, man.
Not a question. I don't think a lot of people understand how big a $billion
so Cody Rhodes is not a good wrestler. He's just,
I didn't say that.
Yeah, okay.
I didn't say
all right,
that.
because
I'm saying
he's pretty good in the ring. I mean,
I'm saying that people calling him the most over babyface in 20 years. No, he's not. Daniel Bryan was a better story than Cody Rhodes. Okay, it just is.
I don't.
Cody's
think so.
whole story is my dad was. That's his story. I'm not a big Cody guy, but put that aside. Whether you are,
If you
or
could
are
go
not,
back and do something for your dad right now that he never got to accomplish.
that is the story for Cody. I agree with you. That's the story. The point is, Cody didn't build an incredible story. Cody's story is I'm finishing my dad's story. That's his story. I'm doing what my dad never could. I'm doing what my dad got screwed out of. I'm the kid who's revenging a name. That's a Nepo story, and that's okay. I'm not saying that's a bad thing. That's just it. That just is what it is. So, even as a guy who is not a big Cody Rhodes guy, I'm still in on him getting the point, him getting to finish this, right? Even if I'm not a big Cody guy, this story's been so long in the making, I still want to see it finish. You ever sat through a movie that you got 80% of the way through and you're like, this movie sucks, but I'm going to finish it just to see how it ends? That's what this is to me. It's an okay story, but I got to see how it ends. The story was never about Cody to me. It was always about Roman and Jay.
All right. You're going against America right now, but that's fine.
That's fine. That's fine.
But
I'm just giving you my
Rob
perspective.
Brown, are going against America.
No, I don't think I am, but I'm giving you my perspective. And my perspective.
So all those people
on it,
cheering and excited about it, they're just going along with the guy next to him.
I think in large part, how's it feel? I think in large part, I also think the other part is there are a lot of WWE stans that are just happy to see anything outside of AEW fail. And I think this is a coup, as I called it would be when they hired the guy. Same with CM Punk. And I'm fine with all that. All right. I don't care about any of that.
Speaking of which,
what's it.
all right, here's the thing. CM Punk destroys things wherever he goes. He came in, and this is all his fault. Again.
No, I'm not. No.
It's all his fault again.
No, we're not doing that.
It was going to be Cody. It was going to be Cody versus Roman. It was going to be CM Punk
What's that got
versus
to do?
Seth.
What's that got to do? I've
It
heard
was
this
gonna
3
be.
times.
It was going to be.
It doesn't track. It makes no sense. CM Punk gets hurt, so now Cody v. Roman's off. That doesn't make sense.
I don't know why you're getting angry.
CM Punk, because
it makes sense to me.
It doesn't make sense at all. It doesn't make sense. CM Punk had zero to do with Cody winning the Rumble.
They were setting up
CM
CM Punk versus Seth Rollins. They've been setting that up for a while.
So why would
before
you
he got
Cody
there.
to Seth when Drew McIntyre's there, Gunther's there? There's that locker room full of
Hey,
dudes.
Rob, you're right. Why would
I know.
Why would you do
It's
that?
stupid. That's why it doesn't make sense.
It's a combination of things, but this is the catalyst, the first thing that made it happen. I do believe so.
No. What made this happen is Rock's big ass head, is Dwayne. What makes this happen is that I also fell off with Punk, and now I'm like, dude, he was right the whole time. When he was going after Dwayne and these guys back in the day, when he left, it turns out he was right. He was right. So here comes Dwayne trying to rebuild the brand, forcing himself in the worst business decision that this company has made in 6 years, with the exception of bringing Vince McMahon back the first time he left. You should have left that dude to rot in his billionaire apartment.
Well, that was a coup. If you remember, he got himself back in there because of working.
No, from the beginning. Doesn't matter. So, with all of that being said, with all of that being done, this decision was trash. This whole thing was trash. And on top of that, here's your payoff. If I'm a fan, and I am, if I'm a fan and you've got me watching, listening, paying attention to a story that's been playing out for more than 2 years, and then at the very end, you just kick me and the boys, why am I going to care about any story you tell moving forward? Why am I going to follow anything Cody does, Roman does, Dwayne does? What's the point? What's the point of investing in something that you know at any given month? I invest in things financially because more often than not, at the end, there's a payoff. Not all of them, but more often than not. But if you're going to take the biggest thing, the lock, the best angle you've had since WrestleMania 30, and this is how you're going to finish it so that The Rock can come out and feel good about himself, what's the point? What's the point? I hope, here's a sentence we never said before. I hope that when it's all said and done, I hope the next time that The Rock has the Rocks to show up on TV, Lonzo, I hope whatever city he's in, they boo him into another dimension. The Rock has just become everything I've said about Hulk Hogan for 2 decades now is now The Rock. You either die a hero or live long enough to see yourself become the villain is The Rock.
See, but he's been a heel before and a pretty good heel, but this has nothing to do with that. This is just actual hatred.
There is a difference.
It's not storyline hatred.
Right.
This is actual hatred.
There is a difference between being a heel in wrestling and just being a jackass. This is just being a jackass, which sucks. Because most dudes my age that like wrestling, most dudes my age have always been Rock guys. Good guy, bad guy, tweener, didn't matter. Always been a Rock guy. And he just absolutely and entirely bleeped all over it. What a bummer, dude. What an absolute bummer. And the thing is, I'm a creative guy. That's my whole life. I sat and tried to figure out how do I write myself? How do I reverse this? The only thing I could even come up with was Rock comes out and goes, whoa, wait. Sorry. Rock comes out and he goes, whoa. I never said I was going to wrestle. I'm going to be the special guest referee to make sure that Solo and Jay don't get involved. That's the only rewrite I can. But even still, Lonzo and I agreed on this. Cody leaving the ring, y'all, I don't like this word. I don't use this word, but he looked like a cuck on the way out of the ring. That's what he looked like. He looked like he got absolutely screwed over in front of a live television audience and had nothing that he could do about it. You killed that guy. It's bad. You killed him. Let's take a break. We'll come back here in just a minute. And then the next segment, whatever you guys want to talk about. All right? Lonzo and I have talked about what we want to talk about. Now it's your turn. Text line 71307. Renewal by Anderson to the Carolinas. Fan phone 844-326-3663. Tweet me at The Rob Brown Show. Back after this on The Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
I feel like I should have dumped that, but I don't know what it is. So
No, that's not about it.
Yeah, I'm not taking your word for it. But
Oh, God. Son of a biscuit.
You okay?
Oh, great, Chris. How are you?
You need to go wipe your ass?
Oof. All right, we're going to step away for just a second, guys. BRB to everybody LOLing in the chat.
we'll try it.
All right, sorry, sorry guys, I had to recover from the jump scare that Chris gave me for no good reason at
You're
all.
welcome. Glad I could help. Sorry it's so late, London.
Between him, you fixing him, and you breaking me, we're going to call this an average visit, a net zero visit.
It cancels out.
A zero-sum visit, yes. Oh, thanks, Chris.
I'm trying to figure out, which one do I play first? And you deserve for your Cody take.
Yeah, I'll do it again. I don't care. Welcome back to Rob Brown Show on your radio. It is the Fan Upstate. Texter says, Rob, way too early MLB power rankings have Dodgers 1 and Braves 2. Seem like easy picks. What are your thoughts? And are there other teams you think should be ranked? Let's go with this. I don't know how to tell you how big of a difference maker Shohei Ohtani is. I would say Braves 1
right now, just based on the lineup alone. If you missed it, and you don't follow me on Twitter, and you should, I threw up a retweet of the lineups, the potential 2024 lineups for the Braves and the Dodgers.
Did that hurt when you threw that up?
Wordplay. I like it. I like it. The lineup for the Dodgers, tentatively, goes Mookie Betts leadoff, Shohei DHing. He did say earlier this weekend, or I should say this past weekend, that he expects to be good to go for opening day. Freddie Freeman, Will Smith in the cleanup spot, Max Muncy, James Outman, Teoscar Hernandez, Jason Hayward, Gavin Lux. The Braves lineup 1 through 9 goes Ronald Acuna Jr., Ozzie Albies, Austin Riley, Matt Olson, Marcell Ozuna in the DH spot at 5, Michael Harris II, Sean Murphy, Jared Kelenic, Orlando Arcia. Now, 1 through 4, those are pretty level. Mookie and Ronnie, pretty level. Shohei gives maybe the slight lean to the Dodgers. Austin Riley, Freddie Freeman, Matt Olson, Will Smith. Those are pretty level 1 through 4. Where I think the Braves have a better batting advantage is going to be 5 through 9. Marcell Ozuna, Money Mike, Sean Murphy, Kelenic, and Arcia versus Muncy, Outman, Hernandez, Hayward, and Lux. I think it's an easy Braves. The question mark is going to be the pitching. That's it. Is everybody for the Braves able to be healthy on opening day, able to stay healthy on opening day? If Shohei Ohtani was throwing this year, that's a Cy Young candidate. So is Strider. Then I think I'd probably go slight lean to the Dodgers. But without Shohei on the bump, just rolling in as a DH this season because of the elbow surgery, then I got to think I give a little bit of an edge to the Braves. By the way, part of the reason we're starting to shift to baseball is pitchers and catchers report in 9 days, dudes. World Series was 2 weeks ago. Pitchers and catchers in 2 weeks. Love that. So
It was not 2 weeks ago.
it's a figure of speech because baseball's offseason is like 7 days long.
Well, you're right there.
Yeah. So I'm going to go slight lean to Atlanta. Slight lean to Atlanta. If I'm going slight lean to Atlanta on the base path, and I am, at the dish, and I got to rank them at number 1. I think rotation v. rotation, if the Braves are healthy, and that's been the big problem for the Braves. It's been just a bunch of injuries, including a couple where guys did not bounce back well from those injuries. I think that is one of the things that has been pushing back Atlanta, or pushed Atlanta back last year. If they can get guys out there, get a full season out, not deal with a catastrophic number of pitching injuries, then I think the Braves are probably slightly ahead at the dish, maybe slightly behind off the bump from LA. I think Atlanta versus LA in your NLCS is a pretty good bet. There are some other teams. Philadelphia is going to be good again this year. That's an NL East rival. I think that the NL West is going to be interesting. You've had the moves like Juan Soto from the Padres. There's still a lot of talent on that roster. Arizona is a youth movement. That team that went to the World Series last year, its foundation, its core is still there. They add maybe 1 or 2 locker room leader veterans to that mix to play with Corbin Carroll. I think there's a chance Arizona could be back to very good this year. I still think it's the Dodgers division, but the Dodgers tradition of getting Dodgered out of the playoffs could be right back into play. But I think if you're power ranking teams right now, it is, especially with the addition of Chris Sale, if Chris Sale is still Chris Sale. And that's going to be the big question mark, right? Chris Sale is on the wrong side of 30 and moving away from it rapidly. He's a guy that's dealt with some injuries, but there are a lot of people, myself included, that believe Chris Sale just kind of hit his breaking point in Beantown. Chris Sale just kind of hit the spot where it's so routine that he's fallen into a spot where it is routine. And falling into a spot where things are routine prevents you from doing things that are different to get better. Tell people all the time, there is nothing more dangerous. Unless you are already on top of the mountain, there's nothing more dangerous than a routine, right? If your routine got you to the top of the mountain and you've stayed at the top of the mountain, then by all means, stick in your routine. But if your routine is not getting you better, if you're not 1% better today than you were yesterday and 2% better today than you were 2 days ago, if you're just plateaued out, your routine is bad. And I wonder if that was kind of the case with Chris Sale in Boston. Just fell into a routine that he didn't break out of, just fell into a routine where he could not get better. And I think that's a solid maybe, unfortunately. I think it's a solid maybe. And if that turns out to be the case, maybe a move to Atlanta is a good thing. Maybe a move to Atlanta, maybe breaking that routine, maybe getting in with a pitching coaching staff that has been pretty good. Maybe that's what he needs. We'll find out. But no, I don't have an issue with Dodgers 1, Braves 2. I don't have an issue with Braves 1, Dodgers 2. I'm good with it either way. Texter says, Rob, I know we talked golf on Friday, but Victor Hovland just withdrew from the Waste Management Phoenix Open. Do you think he goes to Live Tour? That's a huge move if he does. I don't know is the answer. I will say this. We are a couple of years into the Live Tour now. He withdrew about an hour ago. The suspicion seems to be right now that this is a Live Tour move. because there were no injuries reported. The guy's only 26 years old. He would be probably the biggest free agent they have gotten for a while. Live Tour got John Rahm for $600 million. They got Tyrrell Hatton for $60 million. Victor Hovland is probably going to be somewhere towards the John Rahm end of that spectrum. Maybe not quite as much as 600 mil, but I would say probably 500, half a bill to move over. That's a big move. That's a real big move. If Live Tour gets Victor Hovland, that's just there's just something to be said there for it, right? There's just something to be said there for it. I will say this about the Live Tour this weekend. It was on. And so was the Pebble Beach Pro-Am. And it was the first time in a while that I think you had both tours running a reasonably important tournament and doing it with storylines. John Rahm won and brought his team to their first outright Live Tour team win so far. Neither one of them got more press than the other. Neither one of them got a lot of press at all. I saw more NFL Pro Bowl than I did Pebble Beach Pro-Am or Live Tour tournament. I saw more Cliff Kingsbury hired as Washington's offensive coordinator than I saw Live Tour or PGA Tour. I saw more FIFA World Cup dates and times announced for 2026 than I saw Live Tour or PGA Tour news this weekend. I think both of these tours are kind of in an interesting spot. And I think Rory, by the way, I talked about this last week. That's what the texter was referring to. I think Rory kind of had a point. The more you split up talent between the Live Tour and the PGA Tour, and the more you do not have them joined into some sort of golf conglomeration, the harder it's going to be for either side to get press. It's one thing for John Rahm to go win a Live Tour tournament and bring his team to their first outright win under his control. It's one thing for the Pebble Beach Pro-Am, which, by the way, was supposed to play their final round today, but the weather is going to be crap today, so they just called it a night last night, and they will not play the fourth round, which kind of takes the buzz out of it a little bit. It's kind of tough to generate interest for any of those storylines when you've only got like half of the greatest golfers in the world in one place. It's just tough to do. So I don't know, man. If Victor moves over, that certainly does a lot to help out the Live Tour. But again, there's no Rory on the Live Tour to kind of be their bad guy right now. They're all buddy-buddy over there. And speaking of bad guy, Rory walking back all his comments about the Live Tour for the PGA Tour takes the drama out of that. What do I always tell you? Sports needs to be successful. You need two things. You need the world's best athletes, and you need drama. Now, I would prefer the drama be shaped on the field by the game. But drama manufactured off the field can come into play on it. If Rory's not going to talk smack about the Live Tour, that takes drama out of the equation. There's less interest. If all the guys on the Live Tour are arm in arm, buddy, unified front, but they're also not talking smack about the PGA Tour, you take away drama. Golf was setting some high marks the last couple of years because of the Live Tour v PGA Tour drama. Now they're all friends. Getting paid billions of dollars. The drama's gone, so's the attention. That's how it felt to me this weekend. Texas said, Rob, straight from wrestling into baseball, I would rather hear how Taylor Swift plans to get from her concert in Japan to Las Vegas for the Swiftie Bowl. I mean, Super Bowl.
Let's go. We're going to go.
Well, I can tell you, Texter, the concert in Japan, Tokyo, is far enough out, and there is a 17-hour difference between where she is and where she's going. That 17 hours can all be flight time. So as long as she gets off the stage in Japan gets on a jet, flies over. That's a long flight from Japan to either California or Las Vegas. And I suspect, I could be wrong, but I got to guess here that Tay-Tay isn't flying business class. I suspect Taylor isn't going to be coach. In fact, I suspect she's probably going to have her own like full-size bed. I'm going to be willing to bet the plane that flies Taylor from Tokyo back to the United States, I'm going to guess probably nicer than the house I live in. Probably nicer than my everyday residence. She's going to sleep. She's going to show up, and the Swifty Bowl is going to work just fine. Travis will have his muse. He will go catch, let's go, Lonzo, 92 yards, 2 touchdowns for Travis Kelce.
Duh.
That's what I'm going with. Taylor's there. He's going to have somebody to show off for, show out for. He's got a boo to impress. 92 yards, 2 touchdowns for Travis Kelce. Give me the over on his receiving prop.
America.
So there you go. Now you've had wrestling, baseball, golf, and Taylor Swift. I am nailing it today.
Light him up. Light his ass up.
Killing the game. Texas says, The Rock says, that doesn't work for me, brother. Yeah, that's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. It's pretty ugly. Pretty gross. I kind of hate it. All right. Let's run to our final break of the day.
Good night.
No. Just no. Just no. Final break of the show. We come back. 1 or 2 more thoughts. What the X is going on. We call it a Monday. I'm Rob. He's Lonzo. You're you. Thanks for listening to the Rob Brown Show in the Fan Upstate.
Notice how I let that trail out into the liner because professional. Dangerous Pineapple Express storm. February. When Rob is not muted.
So all of the sound, we run StreamYard off of one platform on my computer.
It's run on this computer.
Off of one computer.
I'm just trying to be accurate.
I run StreamYard on my computer.
We're both logged in. It runs through this computer.
The sound runs through his computer. There is input from my computer, which is where my sounds come from, that if I have my StreamYard mic on as well, it sends the sound from my computer StreamYard through. And so if my mic's on, it's getting sound from both Lonzo's computer, his audio that he would hear if we were in different rooms, and mine that comes through, so it doubles up. So we got to mute the mic on my end so that only the sound off of Lonzo's computer is going into the board and then to you guys.
My computer's more important.
Correct.
So I win. No talkbacks. Anyway, we both handle it if one forgets to mute, the other one does, and he had to redo something and didn't notice that it unmuted. Apologies. It's all my fault.
Oh, wow.
Final segment of the Rob Brown show goes right now. Rob Alonso with you on a beautiful upstate Monday morning. So wonderful to have you all back.
Making up for lost time.
I know.
It's making sure everything still works.
It does. We've heard it. All of it.
Oh, no, you haven't heard all of it. I now have 2 slots open. That's it.
I'm getting kind of busted up on Twitter right now. Somebody just said that I can keep my not ball-knowing sexual activity of choice going on Twitter because I had the audacity of saying, and I quote, I know the Gamecocks want the respect of being ranked. I do. It's a pride thing. But here's the thing. All that matters is beating Ole Miss tomorrow. Prove that you are who you think you are by holding serve at the crib. Today's ratings don't matter. Next week's do. And I'm getting busted up for it right now. Morgan said, this is just wild to me. You want to talk strength of schedule? Compare our quad 1 and 2 wins to a third of the teams already ranked, and we clear. Guess we'll have to win the tournament, and then maybe we'll get ranked. Tim Frisbee, our boy, our dog, P1, said, how many more times are we going to keep winning and waiting until next week is going to be said? Comes a time when voters need to take seriously the responsibility of getting a vote. Do your homework or give up your vote. Simple.
America.
Dr. Cocky says, Rob just wants clicks. Don't pay him any mind.
No, we know someone else who does that.
The only radio guy in the upstate, and I will stand on this, the only radio guy in the upstate that has been saying for 3 weeks now, this is a rankable team. I said it before the Tennessee win, that this was a rankable team. Not that they would be ranked, but that they were rankable. Everybody else who is out there right now talking about how great Lamont is and how great this team and how hard working this team is and how hard they play and how stubborn they are, every one of them followed me on that take. Woo! I'm the only one who said it before the Tennessee win, before the Kentucky win. The only one. I said it's rankable. I said you needed to compete with Tennessee. I did not predict the upset in that game, but before that game, I said this is a rankable team. Everybody else has been following me on that. It's not about getting clicks. I don't need to get clicks, man.
Feel me?
I'm here.
For real. Do you feel him, sir?
I do.
Texter said, where's my button? I got to have the button for this one. What the are you on about? We beat Kentucky by 17, held Tennessee to 59 at their home. They just played each other 103-92 Tennessee, then took care of Georgia at Georgia. 19-3 is the best record. Blah, 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 goes on and on and on. Does Jack Ryan.
Inconceivable.
And I appreciate that. His bio, well made, knower of ball.
Hey, Big Daddy, how you doing?
I get it. Again, you have the 261st ranked out of conference schedule. 261. That's what's holding you back. Another ranked win in the SEC. You're going to get there. This is why I say don't worry about today. Worry about next Monday. Next Monday you get ranked, you're in good shape. Man. Texas said, just heard about Pat Mahomes' father being arrested on your news update. Why is that man's dirty laundry aired out? I believe many of us have no interest in that. I half agree. Lonzo, could your dad being popped by a DUI 7 days before the Super Bowl potentially be a distraction?
Absolutely could be a distraction. Yeah.
Yes.
But when you're used to your brother and the stuff that he's doing, maybe not so much of a distraction. I mean, it's like, trouble all around you to the degree where you just don't notice anymore. But yeah, the fact that it's, other famous people, if their dads get arrested do we hear about it? It is the biggest week in sports right now.
It is the biggest face in the biggest game of the biggest sport. And it's 100% possible distraction. That's it. When you get to the level of a Patrick Mahomes, anything that can impact you, especially when there are going to be, and I mean this, hundreds of millions of dollars wagered on this game, that's a news story. Because if Patrick is spending the week trying to figure out how to help his pops out, Patrick may not be entirely dialed in on this game. And it impacts the game. And if it impacts the game, it impacts the millions. And I'm not going to do it anymore.
Don't. He doesn't deserve that.
Of NFL fans who are wagering on this football contest. They want remember earlier when I said to you, there's two groups of bettors. There's the initial line bettors and there's the late bettors. I was an initial better because I thought that Kansas, and correctly, by the way, Kansas City plus 2.5 was going to shrink. It went down to 1.5. Now it's back at 2. I would not be shocked as we edge closer to the Super Bowl Sunday to see that line go from 2 to 1.5, from 1.5 down to 1. I think it could get as close as a pick 'em. I think, honestly, the line's probably going to settle at either 1 or 1.5. But I got it at 2.5. That's a full 2.5 points of advantage that I get, right? So the other group of bettors are the people who are going to wait until Saturday night, Sunday morning, hell, right up till kickoff on Sunday. The reason you wait is because even though you might be giving some points back or taking some points away on the line, you have all the information. I did not know when I made my bet last Sunday that Patrick Mahomes' dad was going to get popped for a DUI, and maybe some of Pat's focus is on his dad and not on the game, and maybe it impacts his preparation, which impacts his execution on the field. I said it earlier. My joke was, what if Tay-Tay talks T-Rav into eloping and not playing? Does that not obviously change the game? What if Pat rolls his ankle getting off the bus?
Hey, come on now.
That was bad.
Come on.
It's bad.
The other thing, kind of unrealistic, that could happen. Don't do that.
Sure. It's waiting for all the information. It's waiting for anything that could impact the game. And yes, a dude who is, from what I understand, relatively close to his dad, watching his dad get popped for a DUI 6.5 days before the game might impact his prep time. That's all this is about. That's why it's a news story. If this happens in week 2, it's probably a blurb, right? Oh, and by the way, Patrick's dad got busted for DUI. It's not getting brought up on this show, but it's Super Bowl week. And the biggest player on the biggest team in the biggest game of the biggest sport just had a major distraction pop onto his radar. That's game impacting. Speaking of the game, let's play it. That's not the game. That's the game.
I play whatever game I want to play. All right, time to ask Rob what's Xing. I had to cross a bunch of stuff off today because he just kept doing stuff, and that's horrible. The first thing that's Xing, is I had some good stuff, but now I got to go with the other stuff. The first thing is Miley Cyrus.
It's a party in the USA. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I don't know. What'd she do this time? You know what? Scratch that. I said that. It sounds like a negative thing. It sounds like Miley's been stringing around negative publicity. She is not. Miley's calmed down. She's done some great stuff. Her and Dolly Parton released a fantastic Backyard album. If you haven't heard it, it's spectacular.
You didn't see what she wore to the Grammys.
I don't care. I could not care less.
Oh,
was she naked?
Almost. I mean, pretty close. In fact, there's a video where one of her security guards, as they're walking out, sticks her hand down so you can't see some stuff. And yeah.
Don't care. Did not watch the Grammys.
Yeah, neither did
last
I.
night. Not going to watch the Grammys tomorrow.
You are going to watch one song, which we would have talked about, but
okay,
you already ruined it.
Song.
And you should, because it's really good. But no, that is Xing. That's the reason why we're talking about it. It has nothing to do with anything else. Speaking of that, Taylor Swift is Xing.
Tay-Tay didn't drop a new album, but she announced her new album that is coming out last night. It is called the
something about poetry.
Broken Hearted Poets Department or something. Listen, she writes relatable stuff. There's a lot of love scorn women out there that are going to totally connect. There's a lot of dudes out there, a lot of bros.
All right, real quick.
Are going to love it as well.
She broke a record last night. She has now won 4 albums of the year. The first person to ever do that.
God knows. She's going to win it again next year.
Also, Lisa Ann is Xing.
I know who Lisa Frank is. She made Colorful Trapper Keepers.
Okay.
I don't know who Lisa Ann is.
Apparently, she's an actress in the adult industry.
I didn't see that. She got
arrested.
She got
Yes.
accused of using her phone at a Matt Rife show. Speaking of falling off, what happened to Matt Rife? That dude was like top of the world for like 15 minutes.
I don't even know who that is.
He was a comedian, top of the world 15 minutes, and then he started being a jerk, and now he's not anymore. Y'all have a great rest of your Monday. I'm going to go argue with people on Twitter right now at The Rob Brown Show. If you want to jump in on that, it's going to be a great time. Have a good rest of your Monday. See you back here tomorrow on The Rob Brown Show and the Fan Upstate later. Yeah! That was fun.
If I am, heading towards dying, at least you guys get to watch it. So you're welcome. By the way, I have no diagnosis like that as far as I know. I am waiting on one diagnosis, but the wound hasn't turned black yet, so I'm good. I was told if the wound turns black, immediately stop what I'm doing and go to the hospital. But we're good. We're not good. We're still living. And I wish he would just turn this off so I could stop rambling. But he won't, because he's mean. You're a bad man.
I know. I'm a bad man.
I'm on what are those one things that help make you feel better over time? For some reason, I actually can't think of the name.
Put some tussin on it.
It's not amphetamines. It's not antidepressants. I think it starts with an A. What's that thing that you take when you
Histamines?
No, I don't know. It's that's it. Antibiotics. That's it.
You literally already said that word once today.
Yeah, I can't remember. I just
All right, we're gonna take off so that Lonzo can go take a nap under his desk, I think.
I wish.
Thanks for hanging out, everybody. Come back tomorrow. Tell your friends about us. Have a great day. Goodbye.